So really what this means is, you know, if someone applied for a permit, they'd have to prove, a state-issued permit, they'd have to prove they wouldn't degrade the water quality below this baseline standard. So if you had effluent going into the stream, for instance, it would have to be coming out of the pipe into that stream at the same water quality as the stream. If you had a different kind of a process that needed a permit, you would have to, you know, maybe enhance your BMPs, your best management practices, to ensure that the stream quality stayed the same. So it also protects water for downstream users such as municipalities, irrigators, things like that. It ensures this water quality is going to remain this way. Like I said, I provided a bit more background via the memo and the map and the question and answer. I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I sent a letter to the board. I'm hoping that the board can sign that letter and approve it. We're going to a hearing in June 9th in Grand Junction in front of the Water Quality Control Commission. So I'm here today just to ask for your support and answer any questions face-to-face that you may have of us. And with that, I'll conclude and take questions.
Questions?
Sure.
Steve?
A thought crossed my mind, if you could find another creek that would be suitable for putting the cutthroat trout in, would you be interested in doing something like that and to try to expand the range a little bit?
Yeah, those efforts occur all the time, all over the state. One of the neat things about this area, which the Colorado Parks and Wildlife has supported our efforts, and one of the reasons they've done that is this is available to be a metapopulation. A metapopulation is where they get rid of some of that isolated nature. You know, in all three of these creeks, these fish could intermingle, and you know, the genetics are then enhanced, because one of the problems with these isolated populations is it's just that creek. There may be 300 or 400 individuals, and so the genetics aren't that strong. So, yeah, they do those kinds of efforts all the time, all across the state, where they're introducing fish to previously inhabited watersheds, historically inhabited watersheds, in order to try and bolster these populations.
Oh, I have an idea. I'll just email it to you.
Yeah, that'd be
put
great.
it out there. Maybe it's already been thought of or something.
Yeah, we have a really good biologist, Kendall Backage, with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife for this area. So.
Okay. On your draft letter, I had a couple of thoughts on how we might change it.
Sure.
One, the way you have it, the letter is addressed to you, and then you would hand deliver it to the Water Quality Control Commission.
Yep.
Would it be better if we sent it directly to the Water Quality Control Commission?
Either way works. It's really the expression of support. Some of the other folks that supported us wrote it to me because we're seeking it. If you'd prefer to do it that way, that's certainly no problem for me.
Mm-hmm. And then, I mean, a compelling part of your whole presentation was because of the cutthroat trout. And yet in the letter, it doesn't even mention the cutthroat trout, and I was wondering if
Sure,
it would
we
be
could,
better if we put a mention of the importance of that.
Yeah, that's certainly fine as well, and I can make those changes if you want to make them, so that they're up to what you'd like. Either way, it's fine with me. I didn't put it in there. I wanted to make it short and sweet. I didn't want to give you guys too much to have to go over and look at this thing. So,
George?
I'm supportive of this. I'm assuming that one of your concerns in terms of trying to protect this area is potential for oil and gas development. And I just wonder, are you expecting any opposition from industry because of that?
that's a good question, and we really didn't do it because of that. We've done this, for instance, 2 years ago we got 3 streams designated outstanding waters in the Dolores watershed, no potential oil and gas. It's more about the cutthroat for us, and when we see really pure populations and unique populations, that's something we look for. I did speak to the leaseholders, and they were not against our efforts. They chose to remain neutral here. They've said in the past that if they were to develop there, the way they would develop would not, they wouldn't be emitting any effluent into the streams or degrading the streams, so they didn't really have a problem with that. So really what we're doing is just trying to ensure that no matter what comes along in 20, 50, how many years, that these streams still hold cutthroat populations. And another thing is they're kind of unique because they're at a mid-elevation, whereas most of our cutthroat populations are found in roadless and wilderness areas that are pretty high up, which means the fish only have a few months every year to grow and go through their life history. So these middle elevation streams really allow for things like a metapopulation, as I mentioned earlier, and a little bit more enhanced habitat that allows these fish to really grow and carry out their life cycle.
Rachel?
Yeah, to be brief, I'm very supportive as well, and I think there was a separate group from Trout Unlimited that's pursuing the same sort of designations up in Independence Pass area on a little bit of water up there. And I would agree with Steve. I think we should amplify the letter a little bit more and then get it back to you. But it seems important to mention that these are all on National Forest Service lands, so there are no private lands or private stream banks or anything that would be affected. Mid-elevation cutthroat trout is the reason is certainly true. And I realize you might not be as familiar with our history in Pickens County, but I think it's worth mentioning that it would be consistent with the voter-supported priorities in our Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund vote in it was 2007 or 2008. But that they approved money for us to try to restore and maintain water quality and quantity. And I think this is a good approach. I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Great, thank you.
All in favor of kind of moving this letter forward? If you could work with, John, who should we have him work with?
I would say with Charlotte,
With Charlotte.
and I'll pass the word on to Charlotte. So.
Yeah. And Lisa McDonald might also be able to find the wording it from the water fund.
To finalize the wording, and then we'll get it moved out.
Yeah, we could maybe look at it at the end of tomorrow or something so that it's to you in time.
All right, I appreciate that.
Steve?
Would it be beneficial if someone from the county were present in Grand Junction on June 9th for the hearing?
Perhaps there's numerous people there at those hearings. We've only got about 7 minutes, and we're talking about this and one other thing in the Eagle River watershed. So I'm not sure exactly, I'm sure for folks from the county we could make a couple more minutes. If someone is interested in doing that, we always like the support of the local governments.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly on the process, but you may have had to file to be a party to the rulemaking earlier on, and we probably have that through QQ, and so I don't know that's really necessary for someone to be there. We have a letter in place, but it would be nice to make sure we CC this letter to Tori Jarvis at QQ and Lane Wyatt, because I believe they will be there over some of the broader water making.
Yeah, certainly not necessary. Always appreciate it. I think the letter will do it and save you a trip if you're okay with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me.
Thank you.
I'll work with this gentleman and Charlotte.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. I'll just be in touch in the next day or so. Thank you.
Yes.
Nancy and support team. Support crew.
Safety in numbers.
Now we're going to talk about our bi-weekly update of the Pro Challenge overall start and second stage.
Correct. And there is an update that came after the MOI had been submitted and kind of after the due date or the Wednesday noon deadline of submission that I want to kind of alert you guys to and walk you through, which is actually extraordinarily exciting news. We have outstanding placement this year with our television timing for the overall start. So for Monday, August 18th, last year we had a 1:05 start. This year we're going to have a 2:15 p.m. race start, which translates into our 2.5 hours, which is solely focused on Aspen and Snowmass, is going to be televised live on the East Coast prime time, which is extremely exciting. So everybody that evening, Monday, will be watching live television, of what's happening here right at that day. What that translates to is last year we had road impacts from noon to 4 p.m. That hour later will translate to an hour later. So it'll be a 1 p.m. and we're still shaking it out whether it's a 5 or 5:30 p.m. Again, this is something that we just got word of, so we're really truly just sprinting on it. We're just coming to you as we learned about it. We're reaching out to all of our partners right now, just tweaking our plans, changing them, having those discussions. I'm meeting with the airport on Thursday. The IMT is in full discussions, things like that. So what I don't have right now for you are a lot of plans that say this is how we're going to execute this, this, and this. In the future weeks and in the coming weeks, I will definitely have more updates for you. You know, we've met with this entity and this is how it looks and this is how it feels. The exciting thing is that I think what we heard from you guys last year and really kind of our recap for this year is that it would be nice if businesses could stay open Monday morning. And this absolutely allows businesses to have a full morning of appointments or whatever it is that they need to have, you know, be able to kind of work up to or through that noon hour, and then the road closures starting at 1 p.m. So I think that's something that is going to be, you know, very well, you know, hopefully embraced by the business community. I also have with me Corey Enlow and Bill Tomsich. Both of them are, Corey's the president of the Acra Marketing Board?
The chair.
The chair of the chair of the Acra Marketing Board. Both are business owners, you know, hotel industry. So if, you know, they're more than happy to also kind of speak on behalf of, you know, what a great opportunity this is marketing wise, and then kind of the impacts if that's something you would like to hear. Otherwise, if you would like, you know, I will just, if you would like, I can take down very specific concerns or just kind of keep updating you now on how we're mitigating this and handling it.
Comments, Rachel?
I just think, as you said, it'll take time to work out the logistics around the new time a little bit better. But the most important thing would be to get that information to the airlines as soon as possible, because it really sounds like that nice morning rush hour is not going to be affected, and arrivals at that time. So that's very good news.
Yep.
George?
Of course, on the other side of the coin is now we'll start to impact the afternoon rush hour.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure you'll be coordinating with RAFTA and letting them know
Mm-hmm.
how they can address that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I think the benefit to our business sectors that we were hearing a lot of complaints about, to be able to have them have a definitive, I'm going to take appointments in the morning, the law office, the architects, the chiropractors, physical therapists, but they're not taking appointments in the afternoon. At least it doesn't bust their whole day, and they can schedule things to the earlier side. I think is great. On the flip side, I think I already addressed the concerns about making sure that parking happens as quickly as possible after the event shuts down. You know, for the business community to be able to learn from what we learned last year and have rolling opens as the barriers are being broken down. Mm-hmm. And information, I mean, we keep on saying this, but the more people know what to expect, the more they're not going to be afraid to come to town. It's not going to be the, I'm going to stay out of town because I don't know what to expect. So those are my comments, but I can't say enough about what the marketing value is going to be prime time on the East Coast. Texas, Florida, New York, South Carolina, all those places where we see visitors during the summertime watching this prime time. So that's definitely a big plus. Other comments? Michael?
Nancy, I think Elam Gravel Pit was going to close for the day, so if they don't have to close for the day, you should let them know that.
We will. Yes, I will. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Steve?
There was a newspaper article this week about some of the bike racers here actually training here right now. And that article mentioned the race being on, I think it said Lower River Road, but it maybe said Upper River Road, which is inaccurate. And I don't know, I don't even remember who wrote the article, but you might or might not get some feedback or fallout from that, some people being concerned, but maybe you want to dig that article out and just let the reporter know the accurate information.
I will research that.
So they don't
Keep
put it
repeating
out there again.
Thank you.
It almost made it sound like the race was going to go on the route that George had proposed earlier, you know, going all the way down River Road.
Other comments? Any other updates other than this time change thing? We'll continue to see you on a bi-weekly basis,
Yes,
and
you
thank
will.
you for keeping us informed.
Thank you.
Next, we have, Brian, are you going to speak for GR in terms of the frying pan subsidence?
I will. This is just an update to the board. This is not a budgetary request. The budget was set as part of the 2014 budget. But this is a little bit of a change. We're trying to deal with the subsidence issue of the frying pan, and rather than fix it long-term, we're looking at more of a short-term fix. And this is an engineering test, if you will, of that area. And so we're really building a layer cake of structure on the road for the idea that that will hold longer before it fails. And when it fails, it'll be a probably bigger failure than it has in the past, and we'll go up and pave over it again. So this is not a permanent fix. This is a kind of a mid-range term fix to try to solve that problem between just below Meredith.
Rachel?
Maybe it was your shorthand description.
Yes.
But when you talk about failure, you mean more that you would expect this to hold 5 to 6 years before you start to see it slumping again?
Yes.
Not any sort of catastrophic failure. We're not making it worse in
Yeah.
that sense.
It's a failure in terms of the road sloughing.
Okay.
It's not a catastrophic failure that anything's going to slide into Root Eye Reservoir. This has been an ongoing problem since the reservoir was constructed. And we've just been trying to put asphalt in it every year or every other year to try to fix it. This will hopefully gain us some time by placing the layer cake, if you want to call it that.
George?
Yeah, Brian, right now, you said in the memo that we're spending about $30,000 every other year to deal with the problem. So in our budget, we have you have like a 6 to 8 year fix for $700,000. So what I did was I just took 7 years. So if it lasted 7 years, it still comes out to $32,000 a year. So I don't know that we're saving. I'm wondering where the savings is.
The number, the $700,000 is the budget number. It's going to cost $225,000 to do the project.
Oh, okay, I took the wrong number.
Yeah, that's okay. So $225,000 will complete the project. We hope through United Companies. $700,000 was the budgeted number.
Michael?
Brian, this is just in general, but in Woodbury, for instance, there's annual rock slide maintenance. And what is the county's philosophy on sort of doing it on an annual basis, or even this was just a compressed annual basis, versus actually eliminating the problem entirely? I mean, are we locked into a cycle of just dealing with the problem rather than what are our plans for long term? I mean, that's a question I get from constituents.
It's a great question, and for 22 years, one that's haunted me, because the Woody Creek area, you could fix that with a multi-million-dollar investment. It was part of our road plan back when we had the failed road tax question, was to fix the Woody Creek area. We would never have to ditch that area again. We would never have any rockfall problems if there was a large investment. So until that large investment's placed and you would put a retaining wall along that stretch of the road, we're going to continue to have to pull rocks out of the ditch and establish.
In the case of the frying pan, you might bridge the area or something, go from a stable area to another stable area and just let the slough occur underneath it. But what's the long-term outlook? Are we locked into spending this money on an annual basis in perpetuity, or is there a strategy that we're going to have to put forward to say, listen, we have some perennial problems that cost us a certain amount of money, and we don't want to be locked into those expenditures in perpetuity? I don't know. I don't know what the philosophy would be there.
And we're hoping to expend it. It's really a life cycle cost is what we look at. And so, it's staying with the frying pan issue, if we get 8 years out of that, it's going to be money well spent. It could be the fact that we gain more than 8 years out of it, and every year we gain is just, it's free time. So you could permanently fix this by building a bridge over that area. It's a large expenditure, and we're hoping to save money over the long term by spending a little bit and testing the section.
I guess just to press you a little farther, if
Yeah.
you'll allow me, George.
Absolutely.
It's just, it seems to me we need to look at it and say, listen, here is long-term solutions that would eliminate these perennial expenditures. And here's a list of them. And here's what the county is facing. I mean, here's these annual expenditures that we know we're going to spend. And here's some long-term fixes that are almost permanent fixes. I mean, I would feel like we were planning better if we had at least those lists to know, so the commissioners can either develop a strategy for another mill levy, or at least ask the questions of the constituents. Do you want perennial expenditures, or do you want permanent solutions in some areas? And I don't know. I mean, I just think we need to think about that.
Okay.
That's all.
We can bring that back to the board because those are readily available. They just have been so extreme in
Right,
cost that we
right.
haven't done them, but.
Right, but I think we need to, somehow we need to, I can't, I don't know if you'd budget your own household. If you had a leak in your roof and you could fix it for a certain amount of money every year, or whether you eventually put in a new roof. I don't know.
Guess it depends on how long you're going to live there.
Right.
George?
Yeah, but back to my original question, O'Brien, I think I did my math right. So currently, we're spending about $30,000 every other year. This project is going to cost $225,000. It's expected to last 6 to 8 years. So again, I just average it out. If it lasted 7 years, it's going to cost $32,000 a year. So I don't know where the savings is. And then back to Michael's question, you did have one option here, which would be considered a 50-year fix at $1 million, and which, if you had to replace this fix every 7 to 8 years to $225,000, the $1 million fix over 50 years would still be a better deal. When I put a new roof in my house, I put a roof on for 40 years. I figured that'd be good for my lifetime. And knowing that in 40 years it's going to have to be replaced, because nothing's permanent, but even bridges have to be replaced.
That's correct, and I think that's where this falls because of the test nature of this. I think the engineers felt pretty comfortable with the 6 to 8 years and that we could gain actually more time through that investment. But the reason we're bringing this to the board, if the board would like to see a more permanent fix up at the frying pan and to actually build a bridge in this area, that's something that we budgeted originally and we can bring back to the board as a project. So I want to, this is why we're having this discussion.
Yeah, when I looked at the numbers, I don't see a savings per se. If we're spending now $32,000 for the next 7 years versus $30,000 every other year, somehow I'm missing something. Or
They're very similar. They're very similar. It's one hopefully won't have any failure for 6 to 8 years, and so there'll be no response. The road will be in great condition. But from an expenditure standpoint, it depends on how long this fix lasts.
Yeah, right.
If we gain more than 6 to 8 years, we'll be money ahead.
Right.
But again, I want to talk to the more permanent fix that Michael brought up. It's something to be discussed. If the board would like to see something like that, we can move forward and price that out.
Stephen?
Yeah, I did the same thing you did, George, divide it out, and if we spend $1 million over 50 years, it's $20,000 a year, but then you have the lost opportunity cost of the $1 million you could have spent on something else. But after 8 years, if we have to redo that's the unknown. We don't know. It might last 20 years. It might last forever.
Right.
So we're kind of running an experiment, but I would like to see the figures of, a couple of alternatives. The $1 million fix, if it's a permanent fix and we don't have to go back in for 50 years, aside from just the routine resurfacing, that might be the way we want to go.
Okay.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little differently than others have expressed so far, in that I don't think anyone would give us a 50-year warranty for the work they do, even though they might say it's going to have a 50-year life. You know, I don't even know what length we normally get as a warranty on a $1 million project. So that's what would concern me the most about whether we make the bigger expenditure. And I can support the smaller amount going forward because it gives us a little more money for unexpected things coming up. You know, we have a very limited capital fund in the long term. It's replenishing with some sales tax, but it's still very limited. And, you know, we have mud and flood season coming up this year, pretty heavy, and the unexpected road washes out and things like that. You know, I just have a very hard time going for one thing and thinking it's fixed when we have another hundreds and hundreds of roads and miles of roads in Pickens County to deal with. And so I'm concerned about that. I do agree with updating our larger capital needs list and keeping it somewhat current so we can keep a list of that, the same list that existed before the failed mill levy vote. You know, I don't know that the public awareness is as out there as it should be about the constraints on road funding. You know, it seemed that you know, hey, we were able to get the Airport Business Center off that list. We did those, but it was a big chunk. That's a non-replenishing chunk. And it only happened by moving a lot of our reserves into road capital. So when we look at our other county needs that are capital needs, the building we're in happens to be of issue and a problem long term, as we just found out with the asbestos incident. And you know, that was a $120,000 hit to the general fund that was unanticipated. So I think the public awareness of the long-term funding needs of the road, we got a thorn in the Aspen Times for not paving the last 6 miles of the road on the frying pan with a higher grade, even though after a year or so of traffic it will be a similar comparable grade to others. But we have just a lot of county roads to take care of and very, very limited resources. So that's a challenge. I mean, our voters told us no, and we were going to be improving biking across the county, including safety and shoulders and rockfall removal and, you know, permanent fixes to a number of these areas. Our voters told us no, we don't want to pay for permanent fixes. So, you know, unless we're to a point of ramping back up for that somehow, they're the ones who've told us to fix them as you can, as you will, stretch the dollars you have.
Michael?
Yeah, I'd have a different take on what Rachel was saying. I don't think they voted no against having permanent repairs. They voted no against raising their taxes.
But funding them, yeah.
So I think, you know, if you've gone to certain areas and say, yes, we're going to put a bridge here, we're going to put a bridge here, they would have been more favorable to it. If it was in their personal interest, if they have a failing bridge or something. So it's a different question for me. But the only question I was trying to raise was, does the county, with limited funds, want to be locked into permanent expenditures on an annual basis that can be solved or at least dealt with on a longer term view? That's all I was asking. So, and we as not the public necessarily, but we as commissioners need to know that there's a project out there that'll cost $700,000 that'll deal with a problem for a certain amount of years, that's all. And so if we, as an alternative to $30,000, $50,000, $60,000 every single year, like a squirrel in a cage, you know, that doesn't make sense to me. But
Looks like we're asking you to bring back more information. George?
Well, no, actually, I'm going to support this because to bring back more information and look at a whole nother design would probably, you have to tell me, probably means that nothing would get done this summer at the frying pan.
That's correct.
And I don't think that's acceptable. I think we need to move ahead, and this may be a temporary fix for 6-7 years, And during that time period, we can see how it works and perhaps then start looking at alternatives. But I don't want to stop this process
Yes.
because a longer process could take several years to get moving.
Yeah, and I was.
I apologize, I misspoke. I think
I
the
wasn't
direction of the
supposed
board is to move forward with this shorter-term fix, but to somehow down the road schedule some work session for long-term projects regarding roads and bridges.
And we can make this one of those projects.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's great.
Very good.
We can do that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a look at our future agendas. Does anybody have some stuff to add on our future agendas? Rachel?
Yeah, I just need to let the board know that I am not sure about Tuesday, June 10th, because I have a jury duty summons, and so I don't find out until the night before on the 9th as to whether that'll happen or not.
The only note that I had was just to briefly discuss Thursday, June 5th. We have our EOTC meeting at the Aspen City Council Chambers at 4 o'clock. I have gotten 2 requests for what I'm hoping is a brief discussion, one from Brian regarding property negotiations and one from Dale Will regarding property negotiations for an executive session time period. We have scheduled a half hour of time starting at 3:30 to 3:45, giving us 15 minutes to go from here over to the City Council Chambers at 4 o'clock after that discussion. So I'm just really kind of making people aware of that more than anything else.
We have to schedule from 3:15 to 3:45.
I'm sorry, that's what I said.
You said
Yeah,
3:30.
I totally misspoke.
No, that's fine.
3:15 to 3:45, half an hour of executive session. Yes.
It's more a question for Rachel, but you had put in the 20 summer policy meeting in Durango that you can go to, but then there's also the meetings in Eagle that you couldn't go to, and do you have the date of those handy?
They are on July 17th and 18th, and that is the business affairs and education, transportation, tourism. And they will be over, I don't have exact location yet, but it's at Eagle County on the 17th and 18th of July.
Okay, and I haven't even looked at my calendar yet, but I was thinking I would try to go to that since you can't.
Okay. Yeah.
George?
Back to your question, Rob. I guess that question is for Brian. Do you think about 15 minutes is going to be adequate enough to have a conversation on property negotiations for us?
I think it would be time to update the board on where we stand.
Okay.
I'm not sure we're going to come to any conclusions, and I don't know that we need to, but I think to bring everybody up to speed would be important.
Okay.
My understanding were both items were kind of updates and, including the other item, which I've had a discussion about, updates and some tacit direction, meaning non-firm direction.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Rachel?
Yeah, and, looking at this, I'm going to have to reconfirm, I apologize, I haven't double-checked my calendar, but I had already a scheduled meeting on Thursday the 5th, and I was unaware that we had moved the EOTC over to that date. So we'll have 4 of the 5 at least, and if I can be there, I will. And I'll try and check in with staff on what the other items were.
Okay. Anything else on future agendas? Next is a brief discussion about the EOTC meeting on the 5th, and Brian's here to take down some notes about how we want to prep for that. Why don't you go ahead, Brian,
Right.
and you lead us on this.
In a perfect world, we would have the EOTC packet, but because the meeting's canceled next week, our regular meeting, we're having the EOTC prep today. So I can tell you what the agenda items are and will be for that EOTC meeting. Heading off the list is the Tough Mudder update from the town of Snowmass Village. That event organizers will be there to talk to us about specifics. There's an amendment to the IGA that we all voted on in past meetings. I think it's stalled at the town of Snowmass Village, and we'll have an update on that. The big item is a retreat review with Bob Schultz and Tom Oken to talk about funding mechanisms and how we move forward with that. If you remember from the retreat, there were different scenarios that were presented, and that's the main part of the meeting. John Kruger will update us on Ruby Park and where that is, and then Dan Blankenship will do a BRT update for us. But the meat of the meeting is really around the EOTC retreat proposals. And if you remember, there were really 3 areas of funding after we moved the no fare service above the line. That was the 2 savings accounts, the entrance to Aspen and the Town of Snowmass Village Transit Center. And then the 3rd account was really this nimble funding where we could do new capital projects or apply for grant funding through the state or federal government. And so there were a multitude of proposals that came forward near the end of that meeting. And I think what you're going to see at the next DOTC meeting is a staff recommendation that's going to take that information and try to kind of cut into the middle and find hopefully happy ground for everybody to agree on. But we may have similar discussions again over what those savings accounts look like and how much is going to go to the nimble fund, and that's really where the rubber hits the road. So those are the agenda items. The meaty subject is funding.
George?
That update on the Tough Muddies, was that the request to utilize the intercept lot for charging?
That was part of the request. I think that has been since handled, and I think that they're handling the parking with the event coordinators, but I haven't seen the final. I'll be as interested as you will on this update. So that was part of their recommendation at first, proposal.
Yeah. Rachel?
Yeah, I did look at some of the preliminary scenarios that Tom Oken and everyone had put together. And, you know, I do see where the staff proposal cuts into the middle, and I think that that's reasonable, and I think that may have a better chance of broader success among different parties. I think it's going to be important that we can define the goals for the Nimble Fund. You know, perhaps even give some examples of what types of things it may cover or not, but the question of how large the Nimble Fund should be really relates back to agreement on the goals of what could or would apply to be funded from the Nimble Fund, what sort of outstanding items we may have. And, you know, other than that, you know, we may want to give a definition to the other 2 savings accounts so that we're all very clear on that, because there seemed to be a little going back and forth of, well, if Snowmass Village decided it can't use it all for the transportation center, parking garage thing they were going to do, would approving the rodeo lot qualify? Would doing this bus replacement qualify? And the same with the entrance to Aspen. You know, that, you know, it would eventually be matching fund for something that would be consistent with the record of decision. It would be available for Ruby Park as a part of the entrance to Aspen. It would be this, would be that. But I think the more clear we all are speaking the same language on what those funds will be, the easier it will be to relate to the amount that's going to be saved in them and for what purpose.
The only note that I would say is that for me it's easier to look at how this works out in a P&L statement over a couple of years versus comparing, you know, status quo staff and other various options. How the money moves from year to year with ending balances.
Okay.
And I know Tom is really good at kind of making that same sheet reflect one option and then on the other hand another option on a 5-year budget plan. Steve?
It's sort of a related topic, but I noticed on the future agendas there's the ribbon cutting ceremony for the underpass. And do you have any update? Are we going to take a car out there with us, or are we all going out to the ribbon cutting, or it has your name on it for the ceremony on our future agendas? So.
Staff would be happy to do it either way the board would like. We can bring you all out there as a unit, or you can come out individually. That's up to you. We can have a van provide a shuttle.
Well, I thought maybe too we could all hop on a raft bus and go. Might be an appropriate way to go.
George?
Well, that's during a regular work
Work
session,
session,
so we can't be relying on bus schedules and biking. I think we need to have a vehicle that takes us out there for the ribbon cutting and get us back here to continue our business.
I can make that happen.
And have the other jurisdictions been all invited to the ribbon cutting?
They have.
And it says ribbon cutting ceremony and lunch at the ABC, so there's going to be some sort of
There'll be
lunch there?
There'll be a light lunch, yeah.
Well, what's a light lunch? I need to know if I should bring something else to supplement.
You may want supplementary food.
Okay. We're staying on budget. Very good. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
Can you hang out for open discussion? I have a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So prep for our June 10th meeting with the City of Aspen. There's any agenda items that people want to add to the City of Aspen. I know there's still the lingering centennial discussion, and I'm not sure
I don't want to add that. It's not lingering in my mind. That's.
Well, I mean, we had given direct feedback to staff in our last City of Aspen meeting to bring back options, and if we want to not discuss it anymore, that's fine, but our direction at the end of the last meeting was, my recollection was, bring back some options on how we can help within these parameters.
Okay, I guess I remember a little bit differently, but I thought we had directed staff to meet with the HOA to go over those recommendations and options. But I don't want to have a whole nother meeting about
No, I
Centennial
agree.
because it's a
I totally
public process, and so
Yeah.
we should look and see where it was actually left.
Another topic would be update on the space needs of the city and how that relates to our space needs.
That's a good thing to look at a little bit, overview.
Rachel?
I don't know what items the city would throw on or what other items may be more pressing, but it might be timely to consider some update on the water plan, the state water plan, and perhaps that's something John Ely and others could, because it will be formally, the draft from our basin will be due in on July 15th, and then we'll see what the state comes out with. It may or may not, I'm just putting out there as a potential common interest. The city really did a good work last year in cutting back their diversions from their ditches to keep water in the Roaring Fork in the late season, and I'd like to acknowledge that and see if there's ways we could work together better on water.
Other agenda items? I guess from there we'll see what the city wants to put on as well. Open discussion. Michael?
I was at an ACRA meeting today, and at the end of the meeting, the subject of the advertising contractor at the airport came up. The airport just changed, I don't know if you guys know this, but they changed their contractor for the advertising. So Laura, who's a representative for the Music Associates, their event director, I think, said that she'd spoken with the contractor, and their contract for advertising was going to go from, I don't know, $3,000 a month to $24,000. And a number of other people raised their hands in the room and said, that's the case with us. And because of that, we can't possibly advertise at the airport. So I didn't realize that the that was happening. And I think we need to discuss it and what the implications of those kind of rates are for local advertisers. Apparently Rolex and Audi can afford it, but local advertisers can't, including nonprofits that we value. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Well, you know, we had a fairly lengthy meeting on that, and literally twice, actually.
2 minutes.
While you were out, Michael, and it came back to two things. One is that we were not really the full decision-making body on that. It's decided by staff administratively, but the two parameters, the current contract is over. It was previously around $250,000 a year as a minimum revenue cap, and then theoretically a percentage of my profits. They never made that. They're not renewing that contract. The bids this time came in at, I think it was a high 60,000 plus a new percentage of anything over a certain amount. I very specifically asked about local advertising and local availability of those materials at a reasonable rate, and it was stated that there would be availability for music festival brochures or other nonprofit brochures or the church guide or this or that to be displayed there. They're going to create a new, better display area for people's materials, but that they are pursuing the revenue of the higher end, and that is the revenue that becomes the airport fund for rebuilding the terminal in the future. And so I think you're probably right in terms of those larger video, new, moving, changing pictures that they're going to have up there are going to be targeted more towards a national market, and that was how the revenues would be supported. But that no one was bidding anywhere near the revenues we'd anticipated in the past, and we maybe had gotten lucky with the previous operator, but they never saw those types of revenues. And
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that answer, but you tell that to the music association.
yeah.
You tell the other people at ACRA that that's why we're doing this. I think we actually need to review it, and I understand that other people make the decision, but in the final analysis, we're the responsible one. We can modify those decisions if we don't think they're good for the community. And just from the little feedback I got at the ACRA meeting, well, what was decided by the airport isn't good for the community. So I think we need to talk about it. We can bring those representatives in, see what their reaction is. You can see for yourselves, but the reaction was very negative at the ACRA meeting. So
I appreciate the feedback. I believe that.
And I told them essentially what you did, which told me, which was, we allow other decisions to be made within those branches of this organization. But in the final analysis, I said we do have the decision power to review and decide differently. And in this case, I think we should decide differently.
Steve?
I think that the public service kind of things are essential to put at the airport. And even if we have to do a separate electronic board with public service announcements for the music associates and for the whatever events are going on in town, and maybe it could be on the same thing with the bus schedule and different things, but I think we should talk to Jim Elwood about that probably and see if there's some way we can make it happen, that we have public service stuff somewhere in the airport in a prominent place.
George?
I think we just need to confirm our conversation we had with Jim Elwood, asserting or assuring us that there was going to be opportunity for local community organizations to be able to market their brochures, and it may not be in an electronic format, which this new company is doing, which is different than what has been in the past also, but there will be an opportunity, it will be affordable for local organizations to display their brochures. So we could just clarify that and make sure the organizations understand that there is different levels of advertising that's available, which is, is always the case in advertising. And this new multimedia advertising that the airport is undertaking, that is a higher level than what has been currently been offered at the airport, but it's not going to mean that there are not going to be other additional opportunities
Yeah.
that will be affordable.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what I understood from Jim. We can clarify
I
that.
would say the same thing. I mean, I just saw that there's not going to be 12 by 12 poster walls available for $3,000 a month anymore. There's going to be opportunities to have your materials there, but perhaps not the big billboards.
So is our direction to staff to try to schedule Jim to have a little follow-up conversation on the advertising availabilities at the airport?
Correct.
Yeah.
I think that's good for us, but I think Debbie Braun from Akron needs to be brought in the conversation too, so the business community knows exactly what opportunities there are. Because at the meeting today, it sounded like, this is what it sounded like to me, and this is what their perception was, that there are no longer advertising opportunities for local businesses and local nonprofits at the airport. So if that's the case, and we're trying to gain support for airport, you have to gain community support and you have to gain funds. And you can't have one without the other. And so we have to come up with a solution that engages both the business community and revenues from the airport.
And this did bring on a discussion of really the board's, the BOCC's authority over advertising contracts at the airport and whether they were administrative or not. And I raised quite adamantly, the position that, well, we're the policymakers and what control should we have in that. The bulk of the conversation was mainly about the form of multimedia big displays, which they wanted to change from the plastic sheets that kind of rotate to a big media display behind some various kiosks. So, I mean, I guess the question is, what's our policy authority, and how far do we want to
My understanding
take a
is
role
that
into the marketplace?
I mean, my understanding is the contract has been let, and it's a 5-year contract. So while there might be opportunities to talk with the operator and Jim together, I don't know what any sort of cure or liquidated damages would be there from trying to break contract and force a different outcome. We can look at both of those things, but
Or what opportunities there are for us moving
I mean,
forward from where
and
we
there
are
certainly is a-
with our kiosk, with the Acra kiosk and that sort of stuff.
yeah, or
I mean, I don't advertise in the Acra magazine because I think it's too expensive.
There you go.
Okay, any other open discussion?
Yeah, Brian, I just wonder whether you are able to give us any update, if there is any update on the status down in BOCC on the recycling. If that's appropriate or not appropriate at this point.
I guess, yes, is the answer. We did meet with Waste Management, and we'll be bringing a proposal to the board on moving forward with that group. And we do have some inadequacies at Rio Grande right now from a timing perspective. We just don't have the capacity to handle a lot of the recycling that's coming in. So not only do we want to talk about the Basalt Recycle Center and expanding times there, but also expanding the contract in other ways as well. So once I get a comprehensive approach to this problem, I'll bring it to the board for review. So it was a positive meeting. I think everybody sees the deficiencies there, but also I think the public's adjusting somewhat too. So we'll be bringing that back.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other open discussion from the board? Okay, let's move on to our special meeting. The Board of Health, Liz Stark is here, and Nan Sundin. I will ask for a motion to go into a special meeting and convene as the Board of Health.
So moved.
Second?
First and second, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Liz, while I've got you, this has got your name on it for a couple of
Oh, yes,
signatures, I
thank you.
believe.
Yes.
I've already signed.
Thank you very much.
So, pass around the signature file. Jeanette, was this John Ely, this note, do you know? It looks like J.I. Just says talk to him before signing while you're sitting up there.
Let's talk about this.
Okay. So hold on to it until we reso it.
Did they give you a lesson on this?
No.
Well, what good are you as a community?
Hey, easy.
You listen on this name.
I got the lesson and now I can't remember how to do it.
Well, maybe we'll go ahead and get started.
Yeah. You talk and I will.
Okay. Thank you.
Does Charlotte know how to work that?
Okay. We have a little time before we need to get to that anyway. Shall I?
Yes, Liz,
Okay.
jump
Hi.
right in.
Hi, I'm Liz Stark, the Director of Community Health Services, and we're the Picken County Public Health Agency. And with me is Dr. Kimberly Levin, the Picken County Medical Officer, Kurt Dahl, Picken County Environmental Health, and Tom Dunlop, the Picken County Environmental Health Advocate. I'll join here today to give you our quarterly second quarter 2014 update. I'm going to start by giving you an update on the development of one local board of health for Picken County and the City of Aspen. If you remember, staff attended a joint City Council and Board of County Commissioner meeting back in September of 2013, where we got approval to move forward with the concept of the City of Aspen dissolving themselves as a local public health agency, and this Board of Health adding additional members, one from the City of Aspen and one from the town of Snowmass Village, to have some other municipality representative on the Board of Health. We had hoped to have that resolved sometime in March, but it turns out that the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, the Environmental Health Section, wants to have the City of Aspen and Picken County Environmental Health merge their consumer protection contracts, and Kurt can explain more. Look to him for more detail if you need it, but that way the state can send one check to the county and then divvy that up between the county environmental health and the city environmental health. So that process has taken a little discussions amongst all the parties and would require an intergovernmental agreement, which is in the works. So that sort of delayed the final outcome. We had hoped to have those two additional members seated sometime in July, but with this work, that won't happen. Hopefully we can have the IGA and a new resolution maybe in July. Any other comments about that or time frames, updates that anybody else knows about?
I can give mine.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, we'll do it when you come up?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So that's still pending. Moving on to my memo, I just wanted to give you an update on some of the activities that Community Health Services has been engaged in. We continue to work on the implementation of the Public Health Improvement Plan. You remember our priorities included addressing the needs of the older adult population, mental health and substance abuse prevention and treatment, pathways to health that we call our access to health care, radon awareness, and strengthening community health services internal capacity. So the work on those continues. We continue to participate in the Aging Well Community Initiative, and that summit will take place in June. We've been partnering with a local physician in the realm of mental health and substance abuse. We've been partnering with many different organizations, and many activities are going on in the community. The Aspen Hope Center around suicide and mental health, the Valley Marijuana Council. So we've really been trying to just participate in all those groups, with the goal being to sort of convene a group next fall that will talk about a real prevention, a mental health prevention campaign. The gal that we hired to be our public health planner and to do this work is on maternity leave through the summer, so I'll be filling in as needed over the summer, and we'll really begin that work in earnest in the fall when she returns. Environmental health can address all the work that they've been doing with radon, but they've been, both the city and the county environmental health departments have been very active in that work around radon. And one of the priorities I wanted to mention was strengthening our internal capacity at Community Health Services. As you know, the Public Health Act created additional accountabilities for our organization, so we've been wanting to just make sure that we're capable and have the internal infrastructure to deliver the core public health services and to be the local public health agency, because that's been quite a change for us. So building capacity, one of the first steps was to hire our medical officer, and Dr. Levin, so we did that last summer. We hired the public health planner, which is the gal I just spoke of, Jordana Sabella, who really took on this new dimension of work for us in the terms of the community health assessment and the public health improvement plan. And the next step is a strategic planning session with our Community Health Services Board, which will take place on Thursday. And then an extension of that is to have a joint meeting with you as the Board of Health and our Community Health Services Board. We have scheduled that joint meeting for July 22nd. Hopefully that date will stick. From 3 to 5 in the afternoon, to really be the first time, I think, that the two boards have physically come together and met and just talk about our strategic plan, our long-range planning, and to make sure that we're all on the same page as we move forward. Any questions about that? I just wanted to highlight a couple of other things in my memo. One, I came to you in the third quarter in 2013 and told you about the new law that was passed last year establishing local child fatality review teams. And local public health was responsible for establishing those teams in each community. So we did that, and we had our first training of those members of that team on May 1st. We had a great representation from all what are called mandatory members. The law states that there will be certain members in attendance, and those include social services, local law enforcement, DA's office, schools, local public health, coroner's office, and the local county attorney's office. And we had representation from all those members. In addition to, there are some other recommended members that were also in attendance. We had Aspen Valley Hospital there, mental health professionals, and some child advocacy agencies. So we had a great meeting. The plan, I will be attending a training for the child fatality review team coordinators next week. And we'll convene that group again in August, at which time we will sort of review our own internal administrative processes, and we will review any child fatalities that have occurred in 2014. So hopefully the beauty of this team is we won't get to meet very often. But we will, we can also, the group was also interested in looking at our local partners, Garfield and Eagle Counties teams, because obviously of the cross-jurisdictional issues, we may have lessons learned from each other. So once all their neighbors get their teams up and running, we'll communicate with them and share best practices. I wanted to let you know about the Aspen to Parachute Dental Health Alliance. I don't think I've reported to you about that in a while. They continue their good work. They've established two really distinct programs, one they call Smiles for Seniors, where they are providing dental hygiene clinics for seniors in many different locations in the Valley. They do it in the Health and Human Services Building in Aspen, the Eagle County Community Center in Elgibel, I think there was one at the Carbondale 3rd Street Center recently. And so through the Pitkin County Senior Services, they find out about seniors that need one of those preventive hygiene visits, and they're doing those quarterly. So that's been a real success. And if they identify seniors who have a treatment need, then they will refer them to either an existing dental provider that they have, or if they don't have one, they'll help find one for them. So that's been a real success. They're also continuing their Smiles for Students, which is a program in partnership with Garfield County Public Health, where they've gone into schools and provide those same hygiene preventive services to students. And so they've done that all throughout the school year, and will finish up, I think they're doing the Aspen School District the last week of school this year. And in addition to that, we've also received a grant from Eagle County this year that expanded that program in a partnership with their school-based health clinic. So we've expanded a little bit into Eagle County and that part of Eagle County, and they did provide that service in some Eagle County schools this spring too. We're planning an oral health summit in September that I wanted to make you all aware of. A couple years ago, we had a kickoff to a Cavity Free at 3 campaign, so this is sort of the sequel. But this time our focus is going to be on, there's really been a lot of work done in our region about oral health. Mountain Family Health Center in the last few years has opened up their dental clinic in Rifle, so we have increased access for low-income uninsured in Rifle. The Alliance has really firmed up these preventive programs that we've been doing, and there's just been an increased awareness of oral health. So we want to celebrate that, but we also are seeing a huge increase in demand, particularly with the expansion of adult Medicaid benefits for oral health services. So that has changed the landscape considerably for the needs of adults and oral health. So we want to bring the same sort of groups together that we did then, dental providers, all of our partners in oral health, and we'll be doing that in September. I know Rachel attended the one a couple years ago, which we really appreciate, so you will be getting an invitation to save the date. So look forward to that.
George? Liz, can I ask you a question? On the kids program, it talks about the number of children that have received service in Gibson and Edwards, 138 children. Do you have any numbers from the Aspen School District or from RE1?
I don't off my head, but those numbers are available. I just don't have them in my report.
Do you think they're
there are
fairly
many more.
Yeah.
I mean, because they serve many schools in Garfield County, the Rifle Parachute area. Some in and they worked with the BOCC School-Based Health Center, so the numbers exceed that. And I'm sorry, but I don't know them off my head. One last thing I wanted to draw your attention to, and you may not be familiar with it, but a new immunization legislation was just passed, signed just last week, I think, by the governor regarding immunizations for students upon entering schools. And I think this is really important in relation to many discussions we've had about pertussis and measles outbreaks. But this legislation, when it first was proposed by Senator Aguilar and Pabon, it became quite a controversial bill because what it did was mandate that parents who, well, let me back up. First of all, Colorado has been given the distinction of having the second highest rate of vaccine exemptions in the country. In Colorado, you can have one of 3 different types of exemptions for immunizations: religious, medical, or personal beliefs. And these personal belief exemptions usually have made up about 93% of all those different types of exemptions. So this is obviously a very high rate. So what parents are able to do is on the immunization card at the school, before your child enters school, you can just sign that for any personal belief you are opting out of vaccinating your child. And then in some research, they found that it's too easy to sign the form without any kind of conversation or anything. And so they think that it's maybe just easier for parents to sign it without talking to anybody. So the original bill required parents to receive formal education, document that they have participated in an online training module, or have this affidavit signed by a healthcare professional that would show that they had received education about the immunizations and then made the decision to have the personal belief exemption. that was a little too controversial for both vaccine supporters and those against vaccines, because it just went a little too far for some people. So the bill was adjusted and amended, and it ended up being just work for the Colorado Department of Public Health to some activities for them to engage in to sort of as a first step. So the things that the Colorado Department of Public Health will have to do will be create a website that contains information about the benefits and risks of immunizations. They'll issue rules to child care centers and schools about how they collect those exemption forms. They're going to be really looking at data. It's all about collecting data in a better format, because what I've learned is the state really doesn't have a good way to measure exemption rates, immunization compliancy rates across the state, so that we could compare ourselves to others and then implement strategies to improve that. The state doesn't have a lot of good data about that, so that'll be part of their new work. And that's also going to require schools to release their immunization exemption rates to anyone that asks. So if a parent or anybody calls and asks the schools, they have to be able to release that information. So that means schools have to figure out within their database how to collect it. Most schools have electronic records that is easily pulled out. So Aspen School District is reporting currently a 10% exemption rate. And what we don't know is how does that relate to anybody else, because there's really not a lot of good data out there and comparative data. We don't know what that means. At the same time, they report 99% of total immunization compliancy rate. So overall, and signing one of these exemptions counts towards being the school being compliant. So they have a good rate of immunizing all their kids. But 10% of those have signed some kind of an exemption form. So hopefully with this new law, we'll be able to collect more data, figure out what does that mean for us. Is that a high rate or not? And then if it is a high rate, we can work with the schools to work on getting those kids immunized and to implement some kind of strategy to address that. And it has been really important when in these pertussis outbreaks and measles outbreaks across the country. Anything else for me?
Questions? Steve?
Going back a page, you mentioned the communicable diseases.
Yes. Skipped over
Are
that.
those all incidents in Pickens County that those happened? And something like typhoid fever, did that come from somebody who traveled and picked it up somewhere else, or do they pick these things up right here?
Sometimes we never know, but yes, in my report I talked about all the different communicable diseases that we've investigated in the first part of 2014, and most of them are the type of GI bacteria or viruses, Campylobacter, Salmonella, Cryptosporidiosis, and sometimes we never know where they pick them up. But yes, the case in typhoid fever, they had traveled to Eastern Asia, and so that's where they picked that up. It was pretty clear that that's where that one comes. It's not endemic in this part of the country, so they. But yeah, that way. So we have a traveling community. So I think that's a case in point that it's important to, when you're traveling overseas, to consider the requirements or recommendations for vaccines. This person was not vaccinated.
And in cattle, there's a Campylobacter that causes spontaneous abortion in cattle. There's lots of different species of it, but is this just a foodborne illness kind of one that happened here?
Well, again, yes, this was all these happened to people in Pickens County. Sometimes rarely can we trace it back to a source.
But this was a GI thing,
yes,
not
that's right.
An abortion kind
no,
of thing.
It's a
I don't know if that
illness.
one happens in people or just something in cattle. I'm not sure.
There are probably many different strains. There are different strains of these, some that affect different species. So yeah, the pertussis is whooping cough, and those we investigated. Remember, we haven't had any reported cases since then, but at the end of 2013 and beginning of 2014, we had some local cases of whooping cough, but most of the others are GI illnesses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions? Next.
I think I'm going to have Dr. Levin do her presentation now. She has some great important information about some of our work in our
Thank you,
community.
Liz. And following up with Liz, I wanted to choose a topic that was, I thought, timely and a very important public health concern in our county, in the state, in the country, and that's suicide. I know there's been some recent suicides in the county that's impacted the community very greatly, and I thought it would be, I was just interested to know what are the true numbers, the rates. There's a belief in the community that we are, or this valley is among the highest rates in the state and in the country, and I was curious to know, is this true, or where do we really lie? So I wanted to collect some data and present it. Feel free to interrupt me at any point, and you want to, okay. So this first slide looks at the United States and the top states in terms of suicide rates. This is from 2008 to 2010, these data. And the dark orange states are the ones with the highest rates. As you get lighter in the orange color, the rates are less. So the darkest orange is the greatest rates in the United States. Alaska is number 1. Colorado typically ranks among the top 10 consistently. We're number 8 here. Interestingly, looking at it, there's a band in the western United States that's clearly the top suicide rates. And there's a lot of kind of beliefs in trying to understand why this is true. Some of the possible reasons may be rural isolation, social isolation. There's also beliefs that the kind of Western mentality of self-sufficiency, self-reliance, not wanting to ask people for help, feeling like you can take care of your own problems. That plays into it. Also, high firearm ownership in the Western states. And then lastly, and very importantly, is the lack of mental health resources and psychiatric beds that are available. And so I think all these factors are likely at play in creating this trend. On the next slide. So, yep.
I think one thing you've overlooked also is all these states have Native American populations.
Mm-hmm.
Native American populations have high rates of suicide, very high rates of suicide.
That's an important point.
So you just haven't mentioned that, and it doesn't show the difference here.
I don't have a
portions
breakdown of that, but that is true, and that's an important point. Thank you. You can actually just go all the way down because this slide is a sequential one. So looking at Colorado, is suicide really a problem? This slide looks at, and that's the last one, just looking at some of the other causes of death. Suicide, in 2012, there were just over 1,000 in Colorado. And among all age groups, it's the 7th leading cause of death. Really alarming statistic is among age groups from age 14 to 45, it's number 2. And then above 45, there's obviously a lot more deaths, so that kind of balances it off. But health disease and heart disease and cancer are number 1 and number 2, greater than 45. But among the 14 to 45-year-olds, it's number 2, and number 1 is accidental deaths, so MVAs, drownings, firearms, that kind of thing. The next slide. And this just looks at the trend from 2008 to 12, that there is a rise going on. There's around 800. It's creeping up to over 1,000. And this is an interesting slide. The middle age group, the 45 to 54, the darker green is male. There's a gender disparity here. Males are about 3 to 4 times likely to commit suicide than females. But if you can see, the highest bars of the number of suicides are among the 45 to 54-year-old age group. And this is a newer trend. Typically, in the past, it really was like it was younger high school age kids and then older population. And now this is what is more of a focus. And there's really not that well understood what's going on here. But there are some responses to this being kind of the newer age group, and we've certainly seen that in our community as well.
I wonder, again, just sort of another
aspect of that is the reason is 2008, 2012 is just 2008. We were in the great, recession. A lot of people out of work, a lot of hard times, and
Financial stresses.
yeah, so a lot of economic factors perhaps.
Certainly, I think that definitely plays into it.
Well, and the other thing, just as a question, would be whether the demographic changes are playing into it, that we have more baby
The
boomers,
baby
moving
boomers.
through the pipeline.
That's another thought,
Yeah.
that's definitely playing into it as well. There's this Colorado's response to this more recently is a website called Man Therapy, which is pretty interesting if you look it up. And some of the local resources are actually using this with quite good success in terms of counseling and reaching this population. And a lot of counseling may not actually be effective for this. And so this Man Therapy response is Colorado's kind of been lauded for this website and responding to this problem. The next slide. So this slide really looks at the gender disparities and also just the different methods, which, this is grim, but kind of interesting. Males, again, are about 3 times more likely, and over 50% of male suicides are from firearms. And for females, it's almost 50% is from poisoning or from overdosing. So it's just clearly different methods. This is a Colorado looking at urban, rural, frontier county designations, and we're a rural community. The blue is rural. The urban designations are in orange. And what I wanted to do is just show, in terms of resources, it's interesting looking at the way they look at mental health resources and the number of psychiatric beds per 100,000 people. And the national average are 14. In Colorado, there's 10 as our average, and the western slope, we have only 6. So we really have a lower amount of resources here, and being, we're in a rural county and on the western slope. The only psychiatric hospital between Denver and Salt Lake City is in Grand Junction, and it's West Springs Hospital, and that is our resource here. So if somebody presents to the emergency department, they're suicidal, they need an inpatient bed, that is the first resource. The problem in these communities and especially in the western part of Colorado, is that there's not enough psychiatric beds per population. We don't nearly reach we're less than half of the national average. So a lot of people end up spending the night in the emergency department. There's no other place to go because they're just waiting for a bed to open up. And this is a huge problem in our county and in Colorado. So I wanted to look specifically at Pickens County and where are we in the state in terms of suicide rates. And this map, this shows it. We're right underneath the 128, and they're looking at it by region. The darkest orange are the highest suicide rates in the state. So the darkest orange regions. The next lighter orange, and then we're the 3rd highest. So our valley, we have, I think when suicides occur here, it impacts us greatly, and the media as well plays into that, but we're not to discourage it as a major public health issue, but we're not the highest in the state, and the state is not the highest in the country, although it's all very high and it's a very important issue. But our valley is not the highest in the country, which some people believe it to be. And the next one.
But do they do that on a per capita basis? When they figure out the
I think it's
highest
per
in the county?
100,000.
So it is.
That's
Yeah.
correct. It's per 100.
Per 100,000. This one has a little wordier, but the 2011, and this I want to really highlight it as a problem among high school students. 2011 Healthy Kids Colorado survey completed 9th through 12th graders in public high schools in Colorado. The middle one, 15% reported seriously attempting suicide in the past 12 months, and 6% did attempt. And again, it's the number 2 cause of death after accidental injury unintentional injury in the state among this age group. So it's a huge problem. So looking more specifically at Roaring Fork Valley, I spoke with one of the coroners this morning to get these data. the 2012, there were no suicides. In 2013, Pitkin had 4, Eagle had 3 on this side of the mountain, Garfield had 11. 2014, to date, there's actually, I heard 5. I think this morning we only went through it and there were 3 in Pitkin County to date. So in numbers in the past decade, there's from 1 to 5 a year. They're not significantly trending upwards. The numbers are so low that it's hard to look at a trend in this county. You know, we look at the trends in Colorado, and it's definitely trending upward. It's trending upward in the nation, so it's a serious problem, but I just wanted to present what was going on here. And then lastly, there's, I wanted to talk about the resources in town. The Aspen Hope Center has done amazing work. It started 4 years ago. It's local. It's just right in the valley. And they specialize in crisis intervention. That's a 24-hour number. They work individually with immediate assessment and de-escalation, and they will have clinicians go out to people's home. Their response to the problem with low psychiatric beds that are available to us is this virtual intensive outpatient program, which is an alternative, and it really, there's been over 80 people, I think, over the past 4 years that have been through this program, and they do very, very intensive, it's up to a week time outpatient treatment where people aren't put in beds, but they stay at home and they work with them very intensely. And they feel that this has been really successful in keeping people out of the emergency department and out of trying to wait for inpatient beds that aren't actually available. And then secondly, they've been doing a lot of amazing work in the suicide awareness training classes. They're only an hour long. They partner with schools, hospitals, businesses. They offer community classes. You can have one come to your organization, and it's only an hour. It really teaches people how to identify when somebody's in crisis and what the resources are and how to help them. And then they do community forums on mental health. There's actually one tomorrow at the Roaring Fork High School in Basalt in the auditorium. It's at 6 o'clock tomorrow, and it just, I mean, I encourage anyone to go. It's a great source of just information on what's going on and how you can, as a community member, help out. The second major resource and community resources town is Mine Springs, which was Aspen Counseling Center. It's across from the hospital. This is their number. It's a 24-hour, they do individual group therapy. They're a broader organization. Their locations are throughout western Colorado. And so versus the Hope Center, which is really more local. And they have a little more of a broader look on things. They do counseling. They also have a detox center in town. But they work closely with the Hope Center, and I think both of them together are doing amazing work. And then apart from that, there's local counselors and psychiatrists that can always help people out. You can always refer people to. So overall, I just wanted to present kind of what was going on here and the important public health concern that this is, and how we're working on a local basis to try to combat this, but it also needs to happen on a statewide level.
Yeah,
George?
thanks for doing that research, because it's always been touted that Colorado was always the number one state in the nation with a high suicide rate, and Pitkin County was the number one in the state. So, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of great resources available, but it's good to clarify where we stand as a state and a county in respect to the nation and as a whole.
Right. That's exactly right.
Are there questions of Dr. Levin? Thank you.
I'll turn it over to the boys.
Tom, Kurt?
All right. Good afternoon. I'll make this quick because I know Tom has something. I'll hit some highlights of my report. The first piece to start out, the contract with the State Health Department. Liz had previously mentioned that the State Health Department had asked us to combine our contract with the City Environmental Health Department. We're looking into that right now. It'll take an IGA if we're going to come to agreement. We both have concerns. Our contracts run from July through June, so the contract itself is actually almost due. We're finishing up our final pieces of it right now, and we just got our new contracts. So if we combine contracts, it won't be until 2015, 2016. The new contract, I just got the final language over the weekend. And I've got a few concerns about the language, but I bring that in front of you guys as a resolution to adopt as well, so we'll work through that piece. I need to talk with John Peacock and Cindy Heuven first, or Phyllis, and see what their thoughts are on that as well. Couple of things. The fees bill that I had previously mentioned has been delayed. If it's going to run, it won't happen until next year. The CCI was looking at working with the Restaurant Association and looking to find a sponsor to bring a bill forward. They wanted to do some more work over the summer, so they've delayed that for now. The gray water bill that I had previously talked about, unfortunately, that has been delayed as well. Plumbing code has to be changed. Plumbing code right now does not recognize, and this is the state plumbing code, does not recognize gray water. And so there's got to be some changes there before we can get into the health aspects and the reuse and working through that piece. So until the state plumbing board has the state plumbing regulations changed, this has been temporarily delayed. And I'm really hopeful that we get this back on track, because it's working through the state water plan, I think this is another important piece that's out there that we need to work through. So we're quite busy. Our OWTS, our septic program, we're about 1.5 times above what we were last year at the same time. Actually, after I wrote that, I got several applications in, and we're closer to about 2 times the number of permits that we were last year. So things are busy. They're good. We're in the process of adopting regulations, as you guys know. I've sent those off to state for an initial review. We're having our contractor meeting to discuss the some of the changes that we had to do by state regulation. There's ways that we're calculating the size of systems. That's all changed, and we didn't have a choice in that. So, and then we want to get some feedback on a few pieces from the contractors as well before we come back to you guys with formal adoption, and ensure that we've got concerns there vetted with those guys as well. That happens next week, and then we'll wait for state health before I get the regulation agenda on the agenda in front of you guys. In April, Garfield County reported, unfortunately, the first case of hantavirus in the state. And I wanted to put that in there just as a reminder. This time of year, we have a lot of people, it's gotten warm, we're cleaning out barns, we're cleaning out sheds, and wanted to remind people that, make sure that you're protecting yourself. That when you're opening up the shed, you want it well ventilated. You want to use a bleach solution on any surface that's in question. Hantavirus is spread most commonly by deer mice. And if there are any questions, I went ahead and provided a link from the State Health Department that actually talks very specific about it. They recommend not vacuuming out those areas, things like that. The other thing, really quick, this wasn't on anybody's radar as far as I knew, and it popped up. There's a rabies vaccination bill. And when we met as the environmental health directors in April, it was not mentioned. A week and a half ago, one of the directors brought up that this bill is actually sitting on the governor's desk waiting to be signed. And it's not a bad thing. It was just surprising, requiring that cats and ferrets also be vaccinated for rabies. Right now, dogs are required. One of the things that I think is important in reading this, it appears to me that this is if you have a requirement for registration. So for places that don't register cats and ferrets, this vaccination is not required, is how I'm reading this right now, and we'll get some additional interpretation if the governor goes ahead and signs it. But in my experience, especially with cats, for most of the state, and this is not true of all the state anymore, but our reservoir for rabies is bats, and cats are really good at catching bats, and they become a really important vector, and then continuing that disease on to human contact. And so I think it's a really good thing to be looking at this and requiring this. And I can bring it back to you guys if and when the bill is signed by the governor, and then what we're doing with the county. I'll have to talk with Riri Baker, our animal control officer, to see what effects that'll have on our county. So, but that's a piece that was just literally brought up anew within the last week and a half. And with that, are there any questions? Rachel?
I would just make a brief comment on the Greywater bill. I'm not sure to what extent you're taking a leadership role within the organization, but I think it's very important to talk with Colorado Water Congress early on about that, because they have such political sway at the State House. And if, this whole issue of whether it's a return flow or you're diminishing my return flow by your reuse, that's very technical, and you don't want them kiboshing a year and a half's worth of work by bringing them in too late.
Right. That's a very good point. Tom?
Okay, great. I was teaching food safety in Providence, Rhode Island last week for the Food and Drug Administration. And during one of my modules, I said, I'm Tom Dunlop from Colorado, and no, I don't have any marijuana. And because it's really a national issue. And colleagues of mine who are from Colorado get that asked of them, jokingly. I don't want to dwell on it, but edible marijuana-laced food is becoming a significant issue, and it's got the attention of all of my colleagues around the United States. So it's just something that's on the horizon. I honestly think that regulatory agencies are behind the 8 ball on this. The industry is way ahead of what's going on, and so I'm just saying it was an interesting. After I made my did my training, I was approached by a number of people from the State of Rhode Island Health Department asking questions about this exactly very seriously. So just something to keep in mind as a public health issue. We had a meeting in Atlanta, Georgia, May 5th and 6th with the Food Safety Modernization Act, where I represent the National Environmental Health Association on for Centers for Disease Control. And the focus of this meeting was on antimicrobial resistance, mainly pumping animals full of antibiotics, what effect that has on people consuming the animal, and then also the resistant organisms that are being generated, and the inability of us from the public health and the clinical health side of things to be able to respond to it. So we had a full 2 days of presentations by scientists at the federal level talking about the risks and the concerns about this nationally. It was a very interesting conversation. It also drove home the point to me that all public health is local, because it gets directly back to community health, environmental health, and our health organizations. Steve?
The state of Minnesota just banned, I don't remember the name of the thing that's in antibacterial hand sanitizers. And that's effective starting 2017, so it's still a little bit out in front. But what is the research about how the antibacterial things could potentially affect the resistance of bacteria?
Well, the mutant component of this is pretty much unknown at this point, because, again, I think the bugs are ahead of the science in many cases, and we're trying to be proactive internationally. So some of the presentations that we heard were on cooperative efforts internationally with countries who will cooperate with us, the Food and Drug Administration, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and to keep kind of try to get out front of this. But the other piece of this that I brought up to the group, which wasn't part of the presentations, but was the presence of organic farming and organic animals that in theory don't have any antibiotics in them, and so that's the whole other part of the spectrum. And what that component's going to do to all the research when you have animals loaded with antibiotics, and then you have those that have nothing. So this transition and those two examples are a great scientific debate right at the moment. So I don't have an answer for you, Steve. It's just there's tremendous research going on because it's becoming a significant issue, and as you would probably well know exactly. My term on that committee has been 3 years. It expires in June. I've been asked to serve another 3-year terms by the National Environmental Health Association and the Centers for Disease Control, so I've accepted that. So I'll go through 2017. And again, I always make a point of stressing what impact that the Food Safety Modernization Act does to local health departments and local communities and county health departments and county communities and county constituents. So there's 2 of us on the committee of 17, 1 from Montana and myself, that drive home the local piece of this regularly. The Environmental Public Health Tracking Program, again, that's where various illness and disease is associated with some form of an environmental exposure. I currently still sit on the National Association of County and City Health Officials work group on tracking, and I've been asked to chair that. The president of that organization will make that decision probably in July, and I'm expected to be confirmed as the chair of that group, but I don't know yet. I've been the past chair of that in years past. So it's not a significant time commitment, but it keeps our finger in the middle of this illness, disease, and environmental exposure picture. The Colorado School of Public Health are continuing to work very, very slowly at glacial speed on creating a Master's in Public Health program that could be done directly online for people who are mid-career, who want to get an advanced degree, who don't have the ability to go to a university and stay on campus. There are a number of universities that are already way ahead of Colorado, and so we're in competition with them, with those states, for students, which is actually kind of a nice thing. It gives a lot of choices to the students. The Food Safety Work Group that I represent, I'm also on with the National Association of County and City Health Officials, has been reviewing what's called the operational strategy of the Food Safety Modernization Act. I'm just going to quote from the goal of that. FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act, will advance public health by focusing on prevention, voluntary compliance, risk-based oversight, and expanded collaboration across the food safety community. So that includes government, regulators, industry, producers, farmers, shippers, distributors. Another interesting public health issue that's coming about is e-cigarettes, and we talked about that about a month or last quarter as well. There are a huge amount of bad chemicals in e-cigarettes, and the industry, I gave you some statistics here for purposes of the recording here. I'll state a couple of them. The Legacy Foundation released these statistics in May of this year, May 1st. 89% of young people aged 13 through 29 are aware of e-cigarettes. 14% of young people aged 13 to 17 have smoked e-cigarettes. More than 39% of young people aged 18 to 21 have smoked e-cigarettes. About 60% of young people ages 13 to 17 are aware of e-cigarettes. And there's a huge amount of money going into marketing these towards young people. Another public health issue.
Tom, I just want to remind me, I saw a really obnoxious ad the other night on TV, and given that we finally got legislation to prohibit cigarette advertising, what's the status of allowing or moving prohibition of the e-cigarettes?
It's crazy. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. It's another one of those situations where it's a marketing effort aimed at young people, in particular, like cigarettes used to be, maybe still are in other countries. And there are, for example, I just saw all these different flavors of chemicals you can put in to have these different aromas and things. So it's, again, I think we are back on our heels in responding to a customer-driven demand based on marketing that has less than the public's health and public interest at the top of a priority. So I'm not sure what the regulatory ability is going to be unless somebody steps up to the plate pretty quickly and starts dealing with it like we do with cigarettes. The term precautionary principle is used in public health, where it means an action has to be taken, has to be ruled on and taken before all the science is known. The most brilliant example of that was when cigarettes were claimed to be a health hazard before we had all the science. So it's a precautionary principle. We're taking a precautionary step before we have all the science, and then the science proves it to be correct later. It's a risk and a gamble, but in the case of cigarettes, that was exactly what happened. So I would suggest that maybe something like that's going to happen with e-cigarettes as well. A more food-related example of the precautionary principle was when the cantaloupe listeria outbreak occurred in the Rocky Ford area a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. The executive director of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment had to pull the trigger on declaring that this is the source of this outbreak before all the science was known. But that decision is touted in Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. That people have come to me when I've been in Atlanta saying, "Way to go, Colorado." So there are certain times when you have to step out, if your comfort level, not necessarily have all the science, and then make a decision. And I think that this could be one of those times. Wrapping it up here. I've been sending information to Kurt's office and to Liz's office and CJ's office from time to time when I get information on different things that I think might be helpful and informative. One was the Elk River chemical spill in West Virginia recently, and there was a webinar on that seemed like it was a stretch for us to be able to make an understanding in Pickens County, but when I was still with the health department, we got a call from a commercial pilot after he landed at the airport saying, "How come the Roaring Fork River is green? There's a slug of green going down the Roaring Fork River heading for Basalt. What's up?" So what we found out was there had been a spill at the sanitation district plant of copper sulfate, which is used to manage algae in pools and so forth. So a slug discharge had hit the Roaring Fork River and it was heading for Basalt. You could see it from the air better than you could see it from the bridges and so forth. So that, whether it was hazardous or not, those things can happen. We had a vandalism at the Marble Coal Mine a number of years ago, or the Marble Mine a number of years ago, where a disgruntled employee breached one of their fuel tanks and dumped diesel, got into the Crystal River. So we're down in Carbondale, turning off head gates and warning people water users downstream to be ready for this slug of diesel coming down. So it can happen here. So this webinar was actually pretty important. It showed how the whole thing was managed. I've been working with a national group on policy for fluoridation, and my position has been that I support fluoridation as an appropriate public health action. I asked Kurt and Liz and CJ what their opinions were before I took that position to make sure we had a local contribution, so I wasn't out there by myself. The policy is being written. It'll be decided on in July in Washington, D.C. Another one on food allergens, which is a big health matter. The last two things, I was asked to contribute to this journal. It's the Journal of Public Health and Management and Practice, to write an article, to co-author an article actually on local perspectives on environmental public health tracking. So the main idea behind this edition is accredited local health departments, which is another whole issue. But they wanted to know what the kind of getting a local perspective on that tracking program where you have illness, disease, and environmental exposures. And then lastly, I was asked to write an article for the ATSDR, Agency for Toxic Substance and Disease Registry. I was drawing a blank there. They're a partner with the Centers for Disease Control, and we've worked with them. They worked with us a lot on the Smuggler Mountain Superfund site as a health agency, health referral agency. So they're writing a book called Improving Community Health Through Land Reuse, and it's going through the editorial phase right now. It'll probably be published as soon as that's over with, but it's going to be a federal book. So I was asked to write a piece for it, and the title of my draft is Living on a Superfund Site, Identifying and Managing Risk. And it's about our collective engagement with the Smuggler Mountain Superfund site and how we went through all the community turmoil, and now through agreements we have with the federal government and the citizens mainly, we have reached agreement, and there's a vibrant community living on a hazardous waste site. That was very interesting for this book, so we'll see how it comes out. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Great. I will, at this point, adjourn as the Board of Health and take a motion to continue our special meeting and convene as the Board of Social Services.
I will make a motion to convene as the Board of Social Services.
We have a motion. You want a second?
Oh, second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yep.
You guys need a stand-up break.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Were we all right with 50 minutes for your presion? I could use a restroom break.
We will probably take close to an hour, but
Okay.
we'll talk fast. You go ahead. Go if you have to go.
Let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 2:10. Convened as the Board of Social Services, and Nan Sundin is here to present to us.
Right. Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Nan Sundin. I'm the Health and Human Services Director for Pickens County. And quarterly, we present a couple of things for you as the Board of Social Services. The first is that you are obligated to review our expenditures and approve them, and we do that quarterly, and so Connie's here to present that. You're also required to approve our payrolls, and that's the client benefits that we give out through Economic Services. Kathy will present that. We have a few updates today, and then we're really fortunate to have a guest speaker. Our friend Joy Davis from Garfield County is here to talk about child support enforcement. Just a reminder that as a small county, we're very creative about how social services are provided in our county. In-house, we manage child welfare and adult protection, and then we contract with Eagle County for all of our economic services. And they actually contract with Goodwill for the low energy assistance program. And then we contract with Garfield County for child support enforcement and actually child care licensing. So we're a nice regional hub here, and we're happy to have Joy here to present to us. I have put this on PowerPoint to try it out. You'll notice that I think the first slide that Connie's going to review, the font is really small. The information is in your packet, so you'll be able to see it better in your packets, I think. So this was just an experiment. It didn't do well. It's not a good experiment. The next page is much better. So go ahead, Connie.
So this chart shows both the expenditure side and the revenue side for our major program areas in human services, year-to-date, January through March. And altogether, we're tracking well. If you look down towards the bottom where it says total programs, this is a cumulative of these 5 major program areas. And then all the way over to the right-hand side, we see that it is 23% for both our revenues and expenditures cumulative at this point of the year. So we're at a good point. There are some variances within that. If you look at the expenditure percentage for our child care program, the second program down from the top, we are only at 10%. Our child care usage continues to be low. Also, our TANF, Colorado Works, that's a temporary aid for needy families, is also at 10%. So those 2 program areas are running slowly so far at this point of the year. On the child welfare side, on the other hand, we are running above average for our expenditures. That is due to out-of-home placements and then the legal expenditures and travel expenditures that are associated with those out-of-home placements. Even though we are spending more on child welfare than what we have budgeted at this point of the year, we do expect that we will be fully mitigated at the state fiscal year closeout. The state fiscal year goes through June, and at this point of the year, it looks like there are enough counties that are underspent in their child welfare allocation that it will cover for those counties that are overspent. So for state fiscal year 14, it does look good that we would be covered for over expenditures. Are there any questions on this chart? Okay.
Do we need a motion to approve that at this time?
Yeah, why don't you do that and then you can do that.
I'll accept a motion to approve the budget versus actual year-to-dates.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Connie.
Client payrolls.
Good afternoon. So is
You just
Nan?
want to introduce yourself first?
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't
Uh,
do that.
It's okay. Kathy Lyons, Economic Services Director for Eagle County, providing services for Picken County. So on our client payrolls, as Nan mentioned, this is the benefits that go out to clients, Picken County clients, in our different program groups. So for the most part, as Connie mentioned, childcare and Colorado Works, those expenditures are down because we have low caseload numbers. Our LEAP numbers are up, as well as our old age pension, which is actually pretty even to last year's first quarter. And then food assistance is down, as we have seen during the first quarter, we saw a slight drop in food assistance overall caseload. We are now, with April and May, experiencing the annual increase that we see when season ends for ski resort employees, so we are seeing a climb again in the number of applications for our food assistance program. And then
do you want to approve the payroll before we go on?
Sure.
It's the last thing that you have.
I'll take a motion to approve the quarterly payrolls for the programs.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So our average benefit per household per month, I think we are seeing some pretty standard things there. Adult financial, however, while the numbers of those we're serving are down, which is represented partly because there was a shift of one program moved from the financial programs to being now what is considered a Medicaid program. So those numbers shifted. But we are actually continue to have a high level of expenditures, even though our actual number of households served is lower. Our LEAP benefit is higher per family this year because of some additional funding that the state received, and they were able to then give a supplemental benefit to anyone who had already been approved. Food stamps are down slightly, and that has to do with the change made last fall when the ARA, American Reinvestment Recovery Act dollars ended. Medicaid, you can see that's where we've had the largest hit during the first quarter of this year. We have more than doubled the number of people receiving Medicaid benefits in Picken County. So at the end of March, we were up by 541 individuals newly covered by Medicaid. And prior to that, on September 30th, we were at only 196 cases. So that we've had quite a climb in the number of people covered under Medicaid.
Is that because of the new health care?
Yes, so on January 1, we had Colorado was part of the Medicaid expansion program, which allowed adults who were previously not able to be covered. So prior to January 1 of 14, if you were an adult between the ages of like 18 to 59, unless you were disabled, there was no Medicaid program that would cover you. And so on January 1, adults who meet the income eligibility requirements, regardless of their age, and they don't have to have a disability, can now become eligible for Medicaid as a public insurance program.
And then another part of the expansion that you heard Liz talk about is that not only can adults get Medicaid, but they can actually get some dental coverage through Medicaid, and that's totally new.
Mm-hmm.
So it's creating demand in all sorts of new places.
Mm-hmm.
Should we be concerned about that demand? Is that a sustainable level? Is it, I mean, obviously people are getting access to health care, which is a very good thing, but it's also a budgetary hit. Obviously, we went from $313,000 last year to $580,000 $82,000 this year out of that Medicaid fund. So I can't say I know exactly how I should be feeling about that. I mean, I feel great that people have access to the health care, but is this a worry for the budget of the Medicaid?
So I think from what the state did in the last few years leading up to Medicaid expansion was it made some changes in how its revenue was generated. So not only money made available through the federal Medicaid program, but also in like provider fees for hospitals and things like that. So from their perspective, I believe that they feel this is sustainable. Of course, I don't think no one had an idea of how many people were actually going to enroll. Because I still believe we have people who are not enrolled but are eligible for Medicaid. On a local perspective, I think where we struggle now is with providers to provide the services to the newly insured.
And that's certainly a Pickens County or Roaring Fork Valley problem.
Yes.
Not necessarily a Colorado. Well, I mean, it's a problem here, so it's a Colorado problem too.
It is. It's a problem nationally, but in the Roaring Fork Valley and in the rural
accelerated.
resort region, it's particularly a problem. And we're very lucky that we have Mountain Family Health Centers because they're our federally qualified health center. They have an office in Basalt, a clinic, and they are making room to expand for this growing Medicaid population.
So I guess in future reports, as much as you can kind of keep us abreast to how we should be feeling about that Medicaid number.
How you should be feeling? Well, you have to decide how you should be. I can tell you
what we
that
should be concerned about.
I can tell you
if there are concerns.
From my perspective, we're thrilled that people have insurance
Access,
for the first time in, for some people, 20,
Absolutely.
30 years. And so from that standpoint, and where Mountain Family Health is going is, let's get these people in earlier and more often and try to reduce the high cost of chronic health conditions. So I think we have a much better chance in really making a difference in people's health now. And it's going to take some time.
Yeah. Thank you. Rachel.
Yeah, maybe a follow-up to that, because I've been following it and am comfortable again with how the state has been positioning itself, and they took quite a while to make that decision as to whether we could afford it or not as a state, how it would benefit us in the long run, especially as individuals with chronic or even acute issues are managed more quickly and more carefully, and then see potentially a reduction in the type of expensive care. But what I'm wondering is, do we get an administrative reimbursement based on caseload? So, back to the county budget, it's the administrative side of it seems to be panning out as expected, and it's not an undue hit. Is that where are
it's a complicated question because we're two counties. So, we all got an allocation for expansion and administration. I think ours was $4,000. Because it's relative to your allocation. And so what is your thought about the county's financial feasibility?
So what we've done, and from what I know from Eagle County numbers, because I do not have the Pickens County numbers, what the state made available was what they called enhanced funding. And in order for us to draw that down, no matter what county you're in, you have to be able to track the certain activities that are allowed under this funding stream. And so we implemented that as soon as it was made available. And so when we send the bill to Pickens County every month, we say this is how many hours or how much, I'm not sure if it's hours or dollars that we report, have been spent in that funding stream, so that Pickens County then can bill that and pull those dollars down from the state. As far as I know, those dollars from a state level have been able to match everything that Eagle County has submitted, and I'm assuming the same for Pickens County. And as far as we understand, those dollars are still available and will continue to be available into state fiscal year 15.
And they're talking about, did you have a question?
No, I think the assumption is it's going to be there, but you don't know until you actually see it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and our allocation is always so small because it's a percentage of what we get. But this might be a good time to talk about Maximus, since we're talking about Medicaid. Do you want to?
Okay.
So, so for a few years, any medical applications have been overflow applications that have been sent into the Peak portal. That's where the applications go. Have gone to this place that Kathy will tell you about called Maximus. And they've been trying to handle and process all of the Medicaid applications. And their contract is up. And the state is looking at giving that work to counties. And the counties will be voting on it at CHSDA meeting, whether or not we want to do that. And Eagle and Pitkin are generally in favor of that as long as the money follows the case. And do you want to add anything to that?
So I think our the reason that we're supportive of that is we often, as a county, because we are the local person that the customer can talk to, we wind up having to fix cases that were processed incorrectly at the Maximus level. And so while not every case has an error, we see that a lot. And because we're the local face, the customer comes to us and expects results. So we do fix those. We don't bump them back or anything like that. So from our perspective, it would be better to be building that relationship with the customer from the start, being able to get the right result that we need, and make it easier for the customer to use the public insurance benefits that they receive.
So we'll be watching, and for those of you who are at CCI, you might hear conversation about Maximus.
Yes, we've heard about Maximus.
You have,
We've
yeah.
heard a lot
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah, we're all
very
saying
problematic.
Exactly. I did not put the childcare information in the PowerPoint because there's really is not very much significant change. We are up to, I believe, 6 cases at this point. We're still working with a family engagement coordinator that works for Kids First, and she helps people try to process applications and complete them. And with our House Bill 1291 which is the first item on our updates, we got $56,000 for Pitkin County. We spent some of that money on slots, and we also created the Pitkin Smart Start website. And what we've done, and this is what you have here in English and Spanish, is we've combined one source where people can go and get information about CCAP, the Child Care Assistance Program, as well as information about the Kids First subsidy for child care, as well as information about the CPP, the Colorado Preschool Program. So we now have one place where people can get the applications and get information and find out where to reach our family engagement officer. And I just wanted to show you this. So we're very proud of it. We have the opportunity to apply or to have House Bill 1291 funds for next year. It's about $50,000 for next year, and we're in the process, and Kathy doesn't know this yet because we just had this conversation on Friday at 3:30. We're in the process of reviewing whether or not we want to continue to hold slots because we're not filling them very fast, and it takes slots away from the private sector. Or we want to do something different with the dollars. So we'll let you know when we come back for the second quarter meeting what we do with those dollars.
Great.
Okay.
So Medicaid expansion, we've already touched on that. Our West Mountain Regional Health Assistance Network, as you know, first open enrollment ended at the end of March. Our health coverage guides have been busy working with those people who had pending applications on March 31st, either for Medicaid or within the Connect for Health Colorado website. To finish that up, they have through the end of May. And in fact, today at the Health and Human Services building, there is an event outreaching to Pitkin County residents and mostly focusing on those, mostly the seasonal workers who have had a life change event since the end of March that may entitle them to be able to purchase health insurance now on the marketplace. So that event's going on today, and that is what our guides will be working on from now through September or into October, as well as doing public outreach. The manager, Millie, and myself will be attending a state event in a couple weeks for kind of evaluation of first open enrollment and then planning for second open enrollment. We have not heard from Connect for Health yet around the extension of our grant, because we have our contract currently ends December 31st, but open enrollment has been bumped out until February 15th. Connect for Health has said their intent is to extend everyone's contracts through the end of March 2015, and they are currently looking at funding for that, whether they will be giving any additional money or how that's going to work. So in preparation for that conversation, we have gone through our budget, and we have a number of what we think, and a combination of what we have as savings from our original budget because it was slow to get started, so we do have some savings from that grant. So looking at that, looking at our anticipated expenses through the end of March, so that we're ready to have that conversation with Connect for Health Colorado when they're here, or when they're ready to talk about the extensions. We are expecting that this month.
Rachel?
Yes, Rachel. Thank you. While we are on television, what are the life-changing events that might occur to someone would allow them to connect so that the public knows?
So the well-known ones, I mean, it's similar to if you already have had private insurance. Life-change event would be you have either someone has left your household, you've had a death in the family, you've had a birth, your income has changed drastically, and then you no longer have access to the health insurance you currently had. So for example, if a seasonal worker had access to health insurance during the season and that employment ended, then that would be considered a life-change event because they no longer have that employer-provided health insurance. If someone was working season, they didn't have insurance, but they may have been over income and could not have afforded a plan without any kind of assistance, then now is the opportunity, if their income has changed and gone down, to come back and look at that again, whether that would qualify as a life-change event to allow them to enroll in a plan through the marketplace.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Colorado Workforce Center collaboration. So we have been working, Pickens County, Garfield County, and Eagle County, with the Workforce Center staff who are here in those offices too, in Edwards and Glenwood and Rifle. And staff from the Glenwood office come up to, is Basalt or Aspen and Basalt?
Aspen.
Basalt.
They come to the library.
Come to the library, right. So that group, we've been working with that group, and what we did last month was we did a joint training, because what we found was all of our staff didn't necessarily know about each other's programs. So we got everybody in the same room and did training from both a human services perspective and a workforce services perspective, so that we are sure that our staff on either side are making those cross referrals to be sure everyone is accessing whatever services they need that can help them on their journey to self-sufficiency or gaining employment skills, whatever it is that they need.
So we were able to update our Health and Human Services webpage to have a workforce options button, and you can click on that and get a list of all of the resources that are available for workforce development. And that's just a start, of information. But I think Kathy and Mitzi and the team from Eagle, Pick, and Garfield are really working towards trying to enhance the workforce options to help people retool and get back to work.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions for Kathy? Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming. Kim, do you want to come up? We'll do musical chairs for a second.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Dubois. I'm the Adult and Family Services Manager for Pickens County Human Services. And the area that I thought would be good to focus on today is adult protection and care navigation. And the reason for that is there's been a lot of momentum in both areas, and they all have to do with adult services. Care navigation, I'll start there. It was actually under the senior services section because senior services has applied for funding for several years to have some resources to provide supports to aging adults who aren't necessarily ready for or need adult protection services, but do need a different level of support just to kind of manage daily living skills and that sort of thing. And that we had outsourced that contract with Mind Springs Mental Health for a few years, and it was going to sunset June 30th of this year, and they determined that they wanted to pull out a bit earlier because of various issues, staff resources, and that kind of thing. Our staff resources have slightly increased, and so we determined that it made a lot of sense to have the care navigation under adult and family services, so that we had that continuum of services for adults. So we've got the less, I guess you call it less intrusive, more supportive services through the care navigation, and then if people need more specific services and deeper services, they might fall into the adult protection area. Do people have questions about that piece, that continuum? Explain that really. Some other things that have happened with adult protection, there is a lot of work at the state level to really have a more robust, I guess, adult protection service program across the state and individual counties. And recently, Senate Bill 13-111 was passed, and that was really requiring that certain people would be mandated reporters for adults over the age of 75. And child welfare people are required to be mandated reporters in the state of Colorado for adult protection. That's never been the case. And so that's going to begin July 1st, and we'll be working with law enforcement and a lot of different agencies to educate them and let them know about that new requirement. They've also, at the state level, purchased a whole new documentation system, which better follows and matches what we're doing with our work with adults, and it's much simpler and much more user-friendly. So I think that will offer some more time that we can really work with adults and less time sitting and documenting what's been going on. The other thing that's happening is they're adapting a lot of practices that they're using for adult protection services that are mirroring some of the things that have been going on with child welfare. And the simplest way to put it is they're working to really look at how we can better impact people at the front end. So it's kind of that pay now versus pay later kind of idea, where we're really looking at prevention and intervention and trying to get to people before they need a very, very high level of care, even through adult protection services. With our Algebel and Basalt area, our Eagle County folks, we took on adult protection services and now care management in October of 2013. And we haven't seen a major bump in any of that, so that's been great. And because of all of that, we've decided to identify a staff person to focus their efforts solely on adult services. And that's been a great and exciting venture that just started. And if you all know, our caseworkers are generalists, and so they have to know a lot of information that they maybe don't use all the time. And so we thought that this would be a great opportunity to have someone to focus on adult services and really deepen their understanding, our understanding, and our program in that area. And then with child welfare, I just wanted to highlight one program, and that's Facet South. Facet stands for Family Assessment and Community Evaluation Team. And that was developed in response to a need in the community. Many youth-serving agencies felt that there wasn't a need for services, but more a need to really streamline all of the services that we have. So the best way to describe that, I guess, would be an opportunity for families that aren't involved in child welfare before they get involved in child welfare, or might need to be involved in child welfare, that they would attend these meetings, and it's kind of like a single entry point. They have all of the providers there and talking to them about what services might be appropriate, helpful. There's some resources. They walk away with a plan and everybody's expertise and sometimes some financial resources to help them move forward. And I think that is it. I did not report about certain things that really won't, I'll have more information on at our next quarterly meeting because our state fiscal year ends June 30th, and so we'll have a lot of data and information at our next meeting that I think will be helpful. And I know Connie already shared the information about our financial overage for child welfare. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Marty.
Hi. I'm Marty Ames, Senior Services. And I would just like to give a brief update on the Aging Well Planning Initiative. You already have the numbers from our funded services, our nutrition, and so on in front of you. But we're at a really exciting point in the Aging Well strategic planning. I know that you all have on your calendar for June 24th the Aging Well, or the Senior Summit, which is the Aging Well kickoff event to be held at Mountain Chalet. And I hope that works in your schedules to be there. This time is exciting because the bigger picture goals and 15 goals, and then from 2 to a number of objectives under each goal have been established. And now what's happening is experts in the community and outside the community have been recruited to work on the objectives themselves to create doable action steps. So that's where we'll actually be able to begin the work. You know, it takes it from that lofty perspective to the something that makes sense to the community, that people can get excited about, passionate about, and see where they fit into the plan. And I guess that's pretty much what I wanted to say. We'll have a written plan. We'll have all of the detail, but in general, it's easier just to talk about it than to read 15 goals and 30 some objectives or 50 some objectives. Any questions about that?
Steve.
Marty, what is care management, what you have on this part here with the senior services?
Steve, care management is, we've actually changed the name to care navigation. Care management has become a term under healthcare that is used now in the hospital setting, and we knew we couldn't fight that even though we've used it for a while. So we've switched to care navigation, and that's really what Kim was talking about, this partnership we have and how it has evolved over the last 8 years, and now it rests with Adult and Family Services, and we love it because it's that continuum of care, and in fact back and forth. So adults who are at risk or having trouble navigating systems or need resources can be assisted at that front end, and then if they need a higher level of care, they can shift into some level of adult protection and even back again. So it really provides a continuum. The other thing I would like to mention is under our information and assistance category, which I don't usually talk about, I just wanted you to know that we really have become, thanks to Patty Kravitz in our department, a recognized expert provider in terms of Medicare assistance and all of those programs around Medicare. Our first call this morning after a 3-day weekend was a 64-year-old calling to say, oh my gosh, I'm going to be 65 soon. How do I figure all this out? So I wanted you to know we get probably 4 or 5 calls a week, and Patty handles the majority of those calls with appointments, with one-on-one assistance and helping people get started on that relatively friendly website, but just hard to get into. And then from then on, they can do it on their own.
Good.
Any other questions?
Do you want to talk about your numbers at all, or we have them on 2 slides?
Yes,
14,
next
13.
time we'll get them on one slide. I know that's what we're really looking for is the comparison, but basically it just reflects where we've been the last few times. A slow but steady kind of 5-ish% increase, down a little from where it was at one time, but in terms of the increase, but still just going up.
John, did you have?
Yeah, just for the viewing audience, do you have a time for your event on June 24th at the Mountain Chalet?
11 o'clock.
We do, and there will be an invitation. There will be publicity about it. We've just got the invitation nailed down with Pat Bingham's help, and really just today. So the full information will be coming out. It will also be in the senior newsletter for those who receive that, and on our website, and we'll have some newspaper and other advertising.
We've got it on our agenda from 11 to 1.
Right. Mountain Chalet.
Sounds good. And it is an RSVP. I should say that right up front because space is limited. So we are taking RSVPs at our senior services office, 920-5432.
Are you saying that to us, or are you saying that to the
We're
television
saying,
audience?
we're saying it to John
everyone.
Redmond, who just wrote it down.
It's on our agenda, so I think you can assume that the 5 board members
We'll
are
assume all 5
RSVP.
of you. That's
Awesome.
great. Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Marty.
As long as you have food, we'll all be there.
It does say lunch provided.
So we have Joy Davis here. How are you on time? Do you have?
We're good.
Okay. So I'm really excited that Joy Davis is here from Garfield County. She manages the Child Support Services Division for Garfield County. We've had this agreement with Garfield County for 17 years. It is an agreement that happens through an annual services agreement, not through an IGA. And you all have given me permission, I think last year, to sign that agreement for 5 years. So I do that on your behalf. And I thought that it would be helpful to have Joy come because we don't talk about child support very often. It's a mandatory service that we have through Garfield County, and I just wanted her to share with you a little bit about what their service is.
So how much time do I have?
We have about 15 minutes left in this agenda item. George is going to sneak out at some point, so he's got a previous engagement. Don't take it the wrong way if he
that's fine.
sneaks out the back door there.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Well, just to give you a little background, the Child Support Program was formed in 1975, and we're part of the Social Security Act, and it's actually Part 4 of the Social Security Act, so we call the 4D program. You'll hear that referred to a lot if you've been around for a long time. So that gives us the authority for the work that we do. And our vision and mission, as you can see, if you've read it, is children, putting children first. The program is to assure that all children receive financial and medical support from both their parents. And so originally, this program was created to be a debt recovery program. A lot of people, widows, were needing help, and so they created the TANF program. Actually, they called it AFDC way back then, Aid to Families with Dependent Children. And so you qualified you're entitled to receive it if your income and your resources met the limit. But recognizing that that's taxpayers' money, that they wanted to try to make the parent who was absent help pay back the taxpayers' money. So we were created to go after the absent parent, be it man or woman, and to establish a debt to help repay the taxpayers' money. It's like a bank paying a loan out. So that's originally why we were created. That program actually has expanded to anyone who applies for services. And we get our applications, of course, if you're on TANF now or Colorado Works. I've been here a long time, 37 years, so I've gone from AFDC to TANF to Colorado Works. It's all the same program. But the people that receive public assistance money have to cooperate with the child support program with the intent that we need to establish who the father is and to establish a child support order if one doesn't exist, establish a debt if they've been on public assistance a while, and then to enforce it, to collect that money back. So people who are in foster care also have to cooperate, people who are on TANF, and also our CCAP population also have to cooperate. I know it's different in Pickens County and Eagle County, but in Garfield County we mandatorily make them cooperate.
We have an option through the Child Care Assistance Plan whether or not we want to make child support enforcement mandatory. And Eagle and Pitkin choose not to. I know Joy says there's only 7 counties that don't. Our opinion is that we don't want to have any barriers to access to child care. And for some of our clientele, having to go through child support enforcement and get money from the absent parent was enough of a deterrent not to apply for CCAP.
So this program is federally mandated. I think Nan mentioned that. And it actually has been determined that we actually have about 1 in 4 children in the whole United States who receive child support services, which is a lot of children. Of course, by receiving child support, the goal is to lift them out of poverty. So some statistics at one point thought that we increased their household income by about 30% for a lot of these families, which is the difference between them surviving and not. When we get a case, either through TANF, foster care, or CCAP, we'll continue to work that case forever and ever until the person who applied for services asks us to close the case. So I've been with the county 37 years and I have cases that are that long. And so we will keep cases open forever. And in fact, we've had some cases where it's skip tracing. We get to try to find people because they like to run and hide. So we have a lot of locate services available to us. And if we can find an employer, we do an income assignment. We do have a lot of other remedies available to us. For example, liens on bank accounts or savings. We do credit reporting. We affect people's driver's license, which I'm sure you've heard a lot about. Hunting and fishing licenses we can take. There's a lot of other remedies. I'm sure I'm missing some. Unless Kathy can think of some real quick.
Passports.
Passports, yes. We can also affect people's passports. We do not represent the person who applied for services. We represent the people of the state of Colorado. So a lot of misconception out there is that we're somebody's attorney, and we're not. We represent the statutes of the state of Colorado and making sure that they're followed. We have the statute books, and they're black and white, and that's how we have to apply everything. We don't have the ability to negotiate for a different deal. We have to follow the guidelines, and we have to follow everything that's set out by statute. If you don't receive services, you can still apply for child support services. You fill out an application, and you pay a whopping $20 fee, and you can have child support services. There's no income limit. We don't even ask what your resources are. So if you're a millionaire, you can come and apply for our services because we have unique tools that are not available out there to private citizens, private attorneys, actually. We file cases to other states, and the attorney population can't do that. So once we get a case, if establishment needs to be done, we check first to see if paternity is at issue, and we do DNA swabs in our office. So we have the ability, under Colorado statute, to do administrative process. And that allows us to do a negotiation conference in our office. And if we can get a stipulation with the parent, then we file that stipulation with the court, and it has all the full force and effect of a judicial court order. So that saves a lot of judicial time. So we can establish orders a lot quicker. Theoretically, if someone came into our office and we knew where the absent parent is, we serve them with administrative process paperwork. Within 45 days, we could have an order. And I know you probably are aware, sometimes when you get filed for divorce, sometimes it takes months, 6 months or more, depending if you argue. So we can establish orders a lot quicker for paternity and child support and debt, and we enforce those. And I mentioned a bunch of those remedies already. I mentioned we can file actions to other states. So if a non-custodial parent moved from Colorado to Texas, we could file an action and ask my counterpart in Texas to enforce the order for me. So it's like they can run, but they can't hide. Our systems are a little slow, but we have some great locate tools that help us track people's whereabouts. Truly the only ones that can really hide is if they don't care about their driver's license and they're, sleeping on their friend's couch. Those people are really hard to find. Or if they don't have a Social Security number. But some of the things that we do not get involved in is parenting issues. We don't get involved in visitation, custody issues. We don't establish spousal support, but if it's ordered in a divorce decree, along with child support, we can enforce it. And I think a lot of times, some of the other things not offered, we don't guarantee to the non-custodial parent, how that money's spent. Pretty much if the judge is awarded that the mom is a fit parent, that she's going to use the child support for that child's needs. I think I included the child support statistics on the next page to let you know, if you can read in the small print. We just recently started doing Rio Blanco County. So Garfield County does all the 9th Judicial District. We do Garfield, Pitkin, and Rio Blanco County. So Pitkin County, as of the end of last year, had a case load of 102 cases. That has recently increased to 111 cases. Out of those cases, we have like 95% with child support orders, which makes it a little harder for us to meet the performance measures set by the state. And on this list, the caseload with orders, the current support paid, the arrears paid, paternities established, those are all performance measures set out by the federal government and the state. And CSTAT has been created, which I'm sure you've heard Nan talk about, the CSTAT, that they are going in to try to help us improve our performance measures.
In the figure where it says current support paid, Pitkin County has 53%. Does that mean that only 53% of the money that should be being paid is being paid?
Current support paid. As of that point, that has increased dramatically this year. But it's tougher on court orders from Pitkin County because your monthly support obligation is usually higher. And quite often there's spousal support included in there. So you have a child support order, maybe $500, and then $3,000 in spousal support. So we're trying to collect $3,500 a month, and
So
it makes it tougher.
We're doing well with arrears, so
Mhm.
what families are owed back,
Mhm.
you know, months or years, we have actually a higher percentage than the other counties. But what I think Joy is saying is that the monthly, collecting monthly
Mhm.
is a challenge. And, you know, people get behind, they're, you know, so, but this 53% is actually higher than it has been for us.
Yes, actually, we met the percent of current support paid on your beginning sheets there. With current support paid, we have to try to reach a goal of 64.3% in order to be compliant with the goals of the state. And in April, we had reached, it was 64.6. We had met that goal, and we were so excited that our collections have been increasing. So, you know, I think it's a change of the economy. I'm not quite sure, but collections have increased dramatically this 4 months compared to last 4 months. And I think Dan has a slide that shows this time period in 2004 compared to April or January through April of last year, the collections are up 74%.
Rachel?
Yeah, just have a process question.
Sure, I know it's confusing.
Yeah, no, I bet actually it is, but when a family member, the custodial parent, comes to you and says that they've having problems getting their child support, and you take action, and the non-custodial parent gets caught up, let's just say that, do their checks then come to you and you disperse it to the family each month? Is that how it's done? Or, and then once someone is caught up, is it still an open case, or you would close the case, they're caught up, they're making their monthly payments, and it's not until perhaps they fall off the wagon again that you would then get re-involved, or do you stay involved until their child's 18?
Yeah, child support's due till age 19 in Colorado.
Okay.
So potentially, yeah, if it's an infant that a mom comes in and applies for services, we could keep that case open, you know, at least 19 years if the person paid each and every month. When we do an income withholding, which is the preferred method, the employer has to send the payments to the Family Support Registry. They process the payment, and then the state child support unit sends out a new warrant to the family so that there's a record of payments. So the Family Support Registry is a payment processing center, but it's also a payment register. So anyone can go online and look at it to keep track of payments that are made. And actually in Colorado, there's a statute out there that orders all child support to be paid through the Family Support Registry.
So once someone's on the system, they're on the system until the child ages out?
No.
No, they're not?
No, say that child turns 19 and let's just say a dad is the absent parent. He still owes $10,000.
Oh, sure.
We'll
Yeah. If he's still in arrears, yeah.
We'll continue to keep that case open until it's paid or the mom says close the case.
But once a case has been opened, and even if they're caught up, they just had a bad 6-month period or something, they will now stay on the registry until the child's 19, and that will be how they process.
Yeah, we would keep the case open as long as whoever applied. And it doesn't have to be the mom or the dad. The aunts, the grandparents, the friends of whoever has that child in their physical care can apply for services. And we would enforce that order. So how you get child support applications, Nan has some in her office now, but
We're going to put them on our website. Seems like a good idea.
There's an online application through the state child support website. We have paper applications at our office that we can mail or someone can stop by and pick up. So there's lots of ways to get services. The only county, Eagle County, does their own child support program, such as Garfield, Pitkin, and Rio Blanco that I handle.
Thank you.
Thanks
for coming in.
Thanks, Joy.
All right.
Good, that's it. I just want to thank Joy for coming out from Garfield County. As she said, we've enjoyed this partnership for 17 years. It allows us to not spend a lot of time worrying about child support services because Garfield does that for us, and it's a tremendous benefit to us. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. So that's
Thank you.
it.
I will adjourn as the Board of Social Services, and we are scheduled for a break. I'm going to say let's come back at 3:20. I'm going to go pull the Trailblazer around so we have it out front at the end of our East Timor,
Okay.
who aren't here at this point. So
They just popped their head in. So.
Oh, they did?
Great. Yeah.
So let's say 3:20.
Okay.
Give me time to pull that. Welcome back, everybody. Today is Tuesday, May 27th. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session. And our next presentation before we break for a site visit is from our good friends from East Timor, are here on a State Department trip, learning a little bit about our community, our government, our nonprofit organizations. They've been here a couple of weeks, which included seeing snow for the first time and experiencing it in our last storm. I understand that there was also skiing this last weekend. Did the two of you get up skiing? So I guess I'll have both of you introduce yourself, and you have a presentation for us. So.
Good. My name is Jose de Jesus. I'm working for my own organization called Action for Change Foundation. I will do a presentation about what I'm doing in Timor, and this is my job and my identity. If you have any more questions, you are most welcome to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Luis Casimiro Lopez. I'm working in local government. My job is sub-district administrator. We're here to learn more about the culture exchange and professional governance. Yes, it's our here. Thank you.
Thank you. We will do our presentation. Three things that we would like to show to you. Firstly, our country profile, and then the second is what we are doing in Timor, and third is what we did learn in Pitkin County. Okay, this is our country, Republic Democrat of Timor-Leste. That is our flag, and that's the highest mountain, 3,000 meters. I don't know how to convert to feet, but yeah, 3,000 meters higher.
10,000 feet.
Yeah, about. That's the Dili, the capital of the country. We have a second biggest Jesus statute in the world, after the first biggest one in Rio de Janeiro. We are in Southeast Asia. That's touched with Indonesia, and the yellow color is Timor, and another island connect with Indonesia. Once we go to this island, we have to bring our passport to go this island. If we go with boat, then we start in Dili to here, 12 hours boat. He is a leadership, our Prime Minister is Sanana Kairala Sanana Guzmão, and we have a president, his name is Taur Mataruak. This country profile, government system semi-presidential, colonized by Portugal 450 years, colonized by Indonesia 24 years, and UN's transition 3 years, 1999 until 2002. We have a total population about 1,066,582 in according to 2010 census population. We have 4 languages that we speak. First, we speak Portuguese as an official language. Second is Tetun, it's also official language. We speak also Indonesian language because the country was occupied by Indonesia, and some people speak English. We use American dollar. Surface area is 14,919 square kilometers. Capital is Dili. We became a UN membership in 27 September 2002. So we have 98% Catholic and 1% Protestant, 1% Muslim. Administrative division divided into 13 administrative districts, which is in turn sub-district in 13 districts. 65 sub-district, which is one of the 65 was Louis responsible for, and we have 442 villages and 2,225 sub-villages in whole country. Okay, that's me. The typical house of Timorese is, if you see behind that people, yeah. That's mostly people in the village, they live in that kind of houses. Yeah, that's when I was 3 years old. I have a dog. Okay, here is my organization that I established in 2007, and which is former name with different name of NGO, and I changed the name into Action for Change Foundation in 2010. Which is I'm a founder, and also now I become executive director of this organization. Yeah, it's a non-profit organization based in Dili. We have branches in 3 districts: Suai, Maliana, and Ermera, which is far away from the capital of the country. Most of our young people who start thinking to establish this organization because in 2006 we had a big crisis, which is a civil war in between east and west part of Timor. So with this idea, I established this organization to engage the young people to come together in the class. We have different kind of activities that can bring youth together to prevent conflict in the country. We are a member of FONGTIL, Forum NGO Timor-Leste, which is non-profit as an umbrella for non-profit organizations in Dili. We are also member of Timor-Leste Coalition for Education. We member of Asia South Pacific Association for Basic and Adult Education, which is based in Philippines. We also member of Peace and Sport Organization, they're based in Monaco. We just affiliate last month to the International Peace Youth Group in Korea. That's the founders, 3 of us. Staff, we have a staff, most of our young people, and we have 2 volunteers from Australia that came over to help us in developing the programs and the organizations. We have a life skill training program for marginalized youth, which is very different with you here. You say life skill program is how to teach the young people to get along. But in Timor, we train the youth in life skill program, such as to engage them and orient them to get the job. Yeah. So here is the life skill training that we have. We have English course, Portuguese, public management, computer, how to use the computer, IT technology, and we have internet cafe, graphic design, and AutoCAD. We have a small library in our office to engage the children to read and learn in English. We have another office in this district, Maliana and Suai, which is the same activity. We have a Sport for Peace program, which is to use the sport as a tool for peace promotion in the community level. This is the English course. This is the computer course. So we teach them how to use the Microsoft Office, because most of our young people, they can't, even they finish the degree, but they're still not able to use the computer. So we have a small space that can offer the training opportunity for the young people. And then after they finish, they know how to use the computer, and they look for a job. We have information technology, which is 5 people use one PC to practice how to troubleshooting computers. Here, so the females also interesting in information technology courses. We have a public management course, which is focused on administration, finance, leadership, and how to teach them to look for job. So this public management course specifically for the young people who finish the high school. If they not continue to national university, so they come to the centers to learn administration and finance management. So most of them are young people and the girls. About 80% of our total beneficiaries are girls. Yeah. We have on-the-job training after they finish the class, 4 months in the class, and we send them to practice on-the-job training in different institutions, mostly in the government, in NGOs and local companies, to practice the real job. Here is our internet. We have 7 PCs in our room that can provide the free access to internet. This is our library, the small library for the children. We invite the children in the different neighborhood. They come to our center to read and to see, to read the Portuguese and English. We have another center in the district called Suai. Most of them are children, and they finish the high school. This is they graduate from the basic English course, and here we support the computer facility to the local government. He's a sub-district village, head of village. So we non-profit organization support to the village, like the computers, printers, and cameras, things like that. But here, what we learn here, the government support to the non-profit organization. But in Timor, non-profit organization support to the village, to the local government. Yeah. This is in Maliana, where the other district. So most of them are girls and the children. After they finish their school, they come to the center to learn English and computers. We have a Sport for Development and Peace, which is a very good tool that we can bring the children together to play for peace, which is focused on fair play, discipline, respect, tolerance. So that's things that we teach them. We have Football for Peace. We bring children, boys and girls play together to engage the interest of girls participate in the football activities. Here we organize Game for Peace for the youth to unite the different youth which come from different villages and different neighbors. We teach the new sport to the children because they don't know, they feel like badminton is a new sport. So we introduce the new sport to the children in the village. we have a ping pong for peace. We invite Peter Carson. He's a world champion of ping pong in the world. So he came to our center to show his professional how he became a world champion.
Mm.
So he shows his professional applying to the children to engage the children in ping pong activities. We have Athletic for Peace, which is bring the athletic equipment to the villages to engage the children like this. We also teach them how to use the local resources like a bottle of plastic bottles to become athletic equipment, because the children in the village they can't afford to buy the sport equipment like fancy equipment like this. We have a 4,403 beneficiaries in 3 years, start 2011, 12, and 13. That's excluded in this year. We have lots of beneficiaries in this year as well. Challenges: we don't have our own office that can locate it in the capital and also in the district. So the main challenges is we just hired the community's house in the capital to use that as our office, and we're going to each village to provide and run the activities. So one of the challenges is a partnership for long-term funding resource to expand more activities to improve the quality service and training facilities. So most of our staff are young people and the volunteer. So we don't have long-term funding that can keep the activities going. It depends on the donors. If they support us with any amount of dollar they prepare for us, and we prepare the professional budget for that, we implement the activity. We also have a fundraising card for the activities in the district. So every person or individual who wants to support our activity, so they will get the message from the children in the district, and also the organization will give them a certificate, as an award certificate for the individual or organization that support to our activities in the district. Okay, thanks. I will pass over to my friend Luis to his presentation.
Okay, thank you. I want to introduce my sub-district profile.
Next.
This is our sub-district profile. Mabisi sub-district is a small city, one part of Ainaro district. Mabisi district is also called Mauloko. This is a honest, Mauloko is honest man. This is an ancient name. The city is natural and peaceful with total population of 22,020. Is by the census 2010. And total area is 216.70 kilometers. Cultural landscape is combination between the beauty of natural and human cultural. That is a reflect to the all human habitats. The concept of cultural landscape is essentially accepted in the worldwide. Only one race is in Mabisi sub-district, and 99% is a Catholic religion, has reflected their will environment on this town. Mabisi sub-district is a district has 9 villages and 64 sub-villages. Community oriented in the growing coffee, tourism, corn, potatoes, mangoes, strawberry, and orange. This is a city of the Mabisi sub-district. It's have a more mountain, and the popular guest house in our sub-district is called name is Posada de Mabisi. More local and international tourism every year come to visit our sub-district. This is our welcome to dress to Mabisi sub-district, specializes in women. And this is same, but different is men dress, welcome dress to the Mabisi sub-district traditional. This is a cultural ceremony for every national day, like Veteran Day, everything, memorial, everything is we use that. And this is one for our potential tourism in our sub-district. We need to build, we prepare a proposal to our government, and we try to. This is all place for cultural function. It's like I just explained, is a part of the sport of our sub-district community. Community challenge, we identify 4 community challenges. With education, infrastructure, transportation, sanitation. This is an infrastructure challenge. We have a bad road in our sub-district, from capital to our sub-district. This is another challenge, is in transportation system. Most of our community just using the horse as public or personal transportation, because some villages in our sub-district are not yet access to the road. Yes, this is a beautiful view for the Mabisi mountain. So mostly foraging people like to visit this landscape at the weekend. Another challenge is of a primary school facility in our sub-district. We have a problem about our equipment facility, but now our government protect to build our new house, school, and try to every year we build one by one, and we protect our children to go to the school. It's a school feeding program for basic school students. It's provided by the government. This is our another challenge. The children prefer to follow their parents to go to the market instead of go to the school. Sometimes you don't have money. But this is another challenge, rabies management. A government will rabies still will another rest, but our people not understand is put anything everywhere. Yes. Okay, I try to give you Jose to explain.
Okay. What did we learn in 2 weeks in Pitkin County? Was the child. We also visited to the child protection programs that running by the non-profit organization and how they work with the government. So we attended their meeting, and they discussed the programs, how we also understand, and a lot of questions to them for them, so that they can explain to us how the non-profit organization runs in partnership with the government. We also visited to the Aspen Chamber Resort Association and learn how they attract tourism to visit Aspen. And also we visit to the community government television studio. We also visit to the landfill and public works, how the government manage the rubbish, and they produce the compost with the rubbish that they collect in the community. We also visit to the school facilities, Aspen school facilities, and we visit to each class, and we accompany how they teach, and also we see the class size, because in TMO we experienced each class we have 60 to 70 students and one teacher. Yeah, that's so here you have a good class size and teaching methodology and teaching facilities. So we learned a lot of these things. We also visit to the Aspen Youth Center and it's after-school program and playing with the children. So the children are happy to playing with us because we come from different country and different culture. Meeting with the non-profit organization in Florida and learn how they raise funds for the programs. So this lady explained to us how they raise money for the organizations. So it's a good strategy that I learned from them. Yeah. And we also visited to the Mesa University facilities, the sport facilities, and the university facilities that they have. So it was very interesting experience that we learned from them as well. And we visited to the water sanitation facilities and how they proceed the sanitation, where we did not have that kind of facilities yet in our country. We don't have water facilities like you have here. So everything that you have here, we're happy to learn from you. And then we will try to approach with the government once we go back to the country after this program. We also visit to the winery facility and test all the different kind of American wines. So
They test okay?
Yeah, very good wine. Well, we test seven kind of wines, so you have good wines. We also visited to the library facility, how they run it, and we also got the long-term membership card. So we can use it once we're back home. We can use that card to access the Pitkin County's library. So thank you very much for that. Yeah. And we see also the library's facilities, which is my organization also has a small library that I just showed you. So it's a good idea for me to think to expand the library for the children in Timor. We also visit to the water plant facilities and the laboratory to guarantee the quality water for the community. So you have a good and lots of big facilities that you have to guarantee the water quality of to the community. We visit into the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies. So it's just close by here. And visiting to the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies, it's actually the three days training, communication training with at the Episcopal Church. Yeah. We had a very good chance to learn the communication skills with Pitkin County staff and then the other people. So introduce the Timor-Leste as introduce the country to people in Pitkin County through Aspen Daily newspaper. So last week we also in the front page of Daily newspaper. So we appreciate that and we're happy to see. We also weekend while practicing new experience and drafting and visited the ski area. First time we see snowball, and we use this kind of materials. Even we not play, but we just take the photos.
Yeah.
We also practice new experience on drafting and visiting ski area. Yeah, and last week we had a big drafting to the gondola and up to the Aspen Mountain. So yeah. So thank you very much. So the sort of things that we learn in Pitkin County, it will give us an inspiration and a good idea to implement in our country. Even it's still in development, but we will approach with the government, especially our friend Luis will recommend some ideas to the government so that they can implement the experience that we learned from here back home. Okay, I think that's all our presentation. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions? Rachel?
I was just going to ask, I'm very impressed with both the work schedule you kept while you were here, very busy, and your programs back in your home country. Do you work with Child Fund International by any chance as one of those organizations that assist with food assistance and early education with children? Are they a potential partner to advance your programs?
Yes, we have a Child Fund International organization. They're based in Delhi, but they also have programs in the district. So mostly the program is water and sanitation service, and also a school for the children, child protection programs as well in 2 or 3 districts only.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering because I have always supported a child through Child Fund International. And just today during our break, I got a letter from my girl, and she talked about how much the computer, just one basic laptops that she was able to purchase with a gift last Christmas has improved her studies and her chances at school and success. And so I just can commend you for your work bringing computer access to those kids to be able to kind of leapfrog to the next generation, So congratulations, and hopefully that you can continue to build those coalition and partnerships because many hands make for a light load to carry.
Thank you. We'll approach them once we go back.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be excited with your work.
They also work with the Ministry of Education to see the victims of the children in the district, not in the Delhi, but in the district.
Steve?
You have a very pretty country. I like the pictures. And I can tell you're trying to develop tourism, but do you have a tourism industry now with people coming from Australia, or where do visitors mostly come from?
Most of the tourists come from Australia because we are a neighbor country, Indonesia and China. Some people from Europe, they visit to Timor as a tourist, visit for tourism. And once they go to Timor, mostly they choose OBC sub-district because there's a cool and big landscape and beautiful views of the sub-district.
Okay. Well, good luck on developing that industry. As you can see in Aspen,
sure,
most of the industry is based on tourism, and that's the income of almost everybody who lives here is based on that.
Which is attract also Louis because his sub-district is a tourism, potential tourism for the people to visit there. So he has an idea. He was talking with me that once go back, he will try to approach the district administrator and the Minister of State Administration to see how they prioritize the sub-district for the tourism development.
Potential tourism, like Aspen. Yes.
Well, we have a little presentation to present you with a little gift here. I'm going to pull this out so I can step through here. As you are probably aware through your time here, that Aspen was kind of founded on a silver mining town. So we have a little gift that we'd like to exchange with you. This is made from a very well-known Aspen silversmith shop here. Jim Hayes, who moved to Aspen in 1949, and now the silver shop is run by his daughter, Jess, has been making aspen leaves out of silver since he came to Aspen. So what we have here, and I'll open one for you, one for each of you, is a silver lapel pin. So it can go on your collar or on your chest or on a jacket. One for you as well. So it's a good memento of your time here in Aspen to bring back to East Timor. So thank you. We appreciate you coming.
We also have a gift for you here. We have this is color of our country's flag. We have Timor-Leste. It's written Timor-Leste here. So, so we want to give you one by one here.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So who else come?
please come forward. And then we'll get a picture of all of us.
Okay, very good.
Tom.
Just likes to go over there and I'll get you all my pictures.
And George is not here, unfortunately, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose.
John?
Joan, that's Nan.
John.
Get their
Joan
photo.
is a little one, my daughter. I'm John, oh, John, you sound like you said John.
That's right, get their photo.
So why don't
We have two for...
Okay. and
One
we'll
for
get that
John,
to
yeah,
John.
one for John and one for George?
You guys get right in front of us. Why don't you
Okay.
get in front?
Awesome.
Excellent.
Oh, do a second, just to be sure.
Thank you.
Nice, good job, guys.
Thank you.
Really
This
cool.
is for John.
Peacock.
John Peacock.
Oh, man.
Oh, thank
George.
you so much. Thank you. And for my family, we will love that. Thank you.
Well, have safe travels home.
Yes.
And God bless your work.
Yeah, they're here till Sunday, they'll be Sunday morning.
Well, that's the end of our agenda for today. We do have the Trailblazer out front to continue with the site visit of Aspen Valley Ranch. Thank you, Grassroots.
Thanks.